morning, good afternoon, good evening, hi. Welcome to the end of the event. Which I'm like, about halfway through. But nah, I believe in myself, I got this. I might have to like eat a snack at one point though, since I'm already kind of feeling hungry. But it's okay, you know, I am determined enough. I have the ultimate willpower like that. So man, this vacation's pretty good so far. Lots and lots of sightseeing. Harold's a nice dude. Nothing bad's gonna happen at all, right? It'll be fine. Yeah, it should be completely fine. Mountain Railway. Facing the problem directly means dealing with surprises that pop up, like the steep and winding uphill slope. Oh gosh, uphill slope. As long as we don't have to walk it, it's fine. Or do we? Slippery soldier.
I'm back. Lisburn, what are you standing around for? Nothing. Oh yeah, I remember now. Old Turiel's daughter was cooking in the back kitchen, so you wanted some excuse to slip on over. Look at you acting like you're doing us a great service. She used to work as a chef at a nearby restaurant, so it makes plenty of sense to bring her on board. Whatever, more importantly, why is the food not ready yet?
Speaking of being hungry. Recap, well... The recap is... Everyone's here to go sightseeing, totally. Sightseeing to see the statue being put up. That's totally accurate. A completely accurate statue that the goddess is not going to be upset about. Like, totally accurate. 100% accurate. Does not need to be slimmed down at all. According to everyone, right?
Whatever. More importantly, why is the food not ready yet? Hey boss, how come the food hasn't been served yet?
Yo, the slippery soldier's me wanting food.
Sorry about that. The main reason is that we're a bit overloaded right now. Even though we've upped the kitchen staff, it's still not enough to handle the workload. In that case, I don't mind lending a hand.
There's no need.
Who are you?
I am chief maid to Saint Char. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance.
Ha! We're just a bunch of lowly soldiers. No need of formalities.
Leah? Yes, ma'am? Split up the accompanying servants into teams and have them take turns helping in the kitchen. Make sure the banquet proceeds smoothly. Understood.
But we couldn't possibly have you.
There's no need to worry, sir. Though this banquet is hosted by the Lord Viscount, the land is still Chirag, and you are all esteemed guests in the eyes of the Saintess. As the Lord Viscount was gracious enough to extend an invitation to the Saintess, it is only natural that we servants lend our assistance as well. Additionally, pardon me if they may sound offensive, but it would be out of place for those whose hands wield weapons to carry plates.
Calm down, Lisburn. The maid's right. We'd probably end up breaking a whole bunch of crockery if we try to help. I know. But if there's any physical labor that needs doing, you just give us a holler, alright?
Oh, come to think of it, the kitchen could use some extra hands to help them carry some groceries. I'm not sure if...
I'm on my way!
Good job, Mr. Seasoned Soldier. He got this.
Thanks, madam.
My pleasure. Now that things are settled here, I won't further disturb your enjoyment of the banquet. I want to see what kind of local stuff they're gonna serve here. I'm back. Leah, I have one more favor to ask of you. Can you see if the kitchen has these items? If they do, I'd like them to make one additional dish. I'd like a fruit and cheese wrap. Fruit and cheese wrap? I don't think I've ever tried one of those. I want one now. Pulling out the old home cooking. But the Saintess normally doesn't touch that stuff. Now, just listen to me. Carlin Trade's employees seem to be arriving one after another. That's right. The Viscount invited not only the Saintess and Master Enciotis, but also the elders of the Vinebear Court, as well as the employees of Carlin Trade. As extravagant as one would expect of a Victorian Viscount, the man's not all show either. He even invited Turiel's, head chef of the Bird and Peak Hotel. His foul temper isn't something that can be bought with money. It goes to show how well they've gotten on with our people during the month that they've been in Chirag.
Chug chug! Hick, chug chug!
Brap!
Not bad, not bad. You mountain folks sure know how to hold your booze. But you still can't outdrink me. Heh, heh, heh. Who's up next?
Well, they're having fun here. Erg, those men can get sloshed even in a place like this. Not to mention, quite a few have already ended up under the table. Char, what should we do? Well, getting on well is certainly a wonderful thing, but getting on too well can be problematic. This sort of thing, however, ends up being a headache for certain other people. Gnosis, the Tashigata are in position. I have them patrolling the front and rear entrances to prevent anyone from sneaking inside the venue.
No need to be nervous. Velias, send one team to go help in the kitchen.
Understood.
Care for a drink, if you dare, that is. This is some crazy strong stuff. We seriously doing this? As I said, up to you. Haha, you got me. You got guts. I'll give you that. Cheers!
Gulp, gulp, gulp.
Pour me another glass. On it. You're not bad. Do we have a hangover remedy?
Leah, right here.
Good. Huh? Director? Enjoy your nap. Yes. That one soldier with a stomach of iron, you managed to drink him under the table? Yep. That's crazy. Lay off the alcohol for the rest of the day. Go rest. Thank you very much.
Calling me surprised. I did not expect Carlin Trade CTO to be such a good drinker. I can hardly tell from your face that you just downed 2 bottles of strong liquor.
Just some useless tricks I picked up when I was younger.
Did you frequently attend such occasions in your youth?
Don't worry about it. The banquet will start soon, and I'll have Carlin Trade's employees help move things along.
You're not going to join the you're not going to join in the conversation, Master Gnosis?
Not at the moment. It's their time now.
Diagnosis, look at him asserting dominance here.
You too.
Why are you so taciturn today, Cernciotis? Is there something in your mind, or has coming to the banquet soured your mood? Your usual quips and retorts are nowhere to be heard today.
I appreciate the Saintess's concern, but it's simply that sitting at the same table as a Saintess is a terrifying affair, and I can only hold my tongue in her presence.
I see. I did not think Cernciotis the pious type, but I stand corrected. Oh man, have I tried alcohol before ever since I was born? Actually, that's actually probably not a lie, honestly. Yeah, it's probably not a lie. I shouldn't have said that. Actually, no, that's fine. I can be honest like that. I feel like I have the palate of an old man or something, because all the stuff that I've been eating or consuming ever since I was a little kid has been basically like stuff that my dad likes. Like, ah yes, delicious oyster shooters from my childhood. Yummy, yummy. Which might have actually contained alcohol. Ah, tiramisu, my favorite cake. Doused in alcohol. Chawanmushi, I love this stuff. Ah. More alcohol. Ever since I was a little baby, I spun into the world as an old man, basically, taste-wise. And that stuff is delicious to me. I'm just drawn to that kind of food, apparently. As one do.
I dare not speak out of line.
Oh? There are things in this world that even Cernciotis dares not to? Ooh. Fancy art and ooh. Oh, it's the yummy, what is it called again? Fondue. I still want fondue.
Haha. Look how nice the weather is today. Perfect day to be holding a banquet, wouldn't you say? Why don't you two go? Given the Saintess's high praise, there are naturally many things I'm afraid of. I won't prattle on with the details, but take the ceremony for Chiragander's statue the day after tomorrow. For such an important occasion, all of Carlin Trade must come together as one, without a single misstep.
That being the case, I would recommend you to be thorough and circumspect as well, Silenciotus. The completion of Chiragander's statue is of utmost importance to Chirag. Not to mention, we're in the presence of our Victorian guests who are eager to congratulate us. There is no such thing as too much caution. That is a good question if the wine wasn't that strong or if you just have a strong tolerance. I think at this point my tolerance to everything is pretty strong. Ever since I was a baby, I also drank coffee and tea, so my tolerance to caffeine's already messed up at this point. It's just running through my veins too. It is as you say. The Saintess is well versed in all things divine, and the multitude of preparations made for the ceremony are impeccable and well thought out. In all respects, a true blessing upon Chirag. As for all the other affairs, please rest assured that Carlin Trade will take care of the Vinebear Court's concerns.
Now then, it's certainly reassuring to see you two the two of you, so young and promising. As a reminder, we're not only here to celebrate, but also to discuss a collaboration.
Seeing as how you're eloquent as ever, you seem to have no shortage of confidence. You've been quite busy making a name for yourself, Silenciotus. Though I rarely go down the mountains, news of Carlin Trade's exploits are regularly reaching my ears. But please do not forget this, Silenciotus. For thousands of years, Chirag has relied on hard work and pragmatism, from generation to develop our homeland to what it is today. Not utilitarianism and reckless adventurism.
The Silver Ashes will never forget Chiragander's admonition of her people. However, the Saintess must also understand that along with the people, Chirag's hard work and pragmatism is an indomitable adventuring spirit and a desire to ascend the highest summits. Perhaps a little bit of spirit is also what we need when it comes to dealing with external developments.
I only hope that your enthusiasm does not lead you headfirst into danger.
Haha, the young truly are so full of energy. But the Saintess is correct. Sometimes, stability is in fact necessary. I invited the two of you here because I wanted to. I'm truly touched with the Saintess's concern. Please rest assured that I will handle this matter and not betray your expectations.
Poor Harold, he's like, I just wanted to have a nice party with you guys. Look at you being so serious.
All things in Chirag must inevitably answer to Chiragander's will. Without sufficient faith, is it not true that I would struggle to take even a single step?
You're just as awful as you ever were.
Ditto. God, you two. If you have a disagreement, talk it out like adults. Don't go and ruin the peace. Let's move on and discuss our cooperation.
Silenciotus, your brain is as hard and stubborn as the purest originium ice crystal.
The Saintess remains unmoving and speaks bluntly for the first time in a long while.
I can't hold a candle to you in that regard. But it seems that even after all these years, our great Silenciotus still has not learned to retain his capital.
To what does the great Saintess refer?
Have your old habits not flared up again? Taking on every bit of risk with no regard for the consequences?
The greater the risk, the greater the reward.
I hope you won't regret your choices later on down the road. Nobody's going to sneak money under your pillow today.
Indeed. That won't be happening again. No longer will I be woken by the jingling of coins, or have to buy candles and snacks on margin and pay back thrice the amount.
I never asked you to pay me back.
Please, you two.
Just one moment, please, your lordship. Poor Harold.
Fine, I suppose I'll drink to myself for now. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Holy Saintess, Cernciotis, I still have no intention of involving myself in your private affairs. But if the Saintess has her own thoughts of Chirag's present situation, then reciprocating the Duke's offer may be the perfect option for you.
What do you mean? Hello?
Holy Saintess, might I tell you that what I found most impressive about Chirag?
Please do.
I recall the time I paid a medical call to a herdsman. Leonis was his name. A young beast in his herd had gotten lost while grazing. I offered to help him search for it, but he declined and told me not to worry. He had me wait until sundown and left to have supper, and so I waited. After finishing the treatment, I set up the cooking pot over the grass with him. We lit the pot, and he found a good piece of cheese. You should have heard the sizzling sound it made when he threw it in. I was sitting to the side of it on a short bench, still thinking about the young beast, when I heard a high-pitched cry in the distance. This might be something you see all the time in Chirag, but for me, when I saw the young beast returning to the pasture at sunset, the way it found its way back to its mother's side, the two nuzzling against each other, what I found that moment was something I don't know how to describe. Old Leonis told me that the bird and beasts recognize their scent of their kin, especially foals, which are particularly sensitive to their mother's scent. But if they get lost, they'll always find their way back by following their mother's scent. That blood bond reminds me of the way the people of Chirag view their land. It reminds me of the way Cernciotis gave up Victoria and all of her glory to return to Chirag.
I see your lordship speaks very highly of Cernciotis. It is true that he has made many achievements thus far. But if you're comparing him to a young bird and beast returning to his homeland thanks to his ties with his mother, by the name of Chirag, I find that joke quite droll.
It is indeed thanks to Cernciotis' longing for his homeland that House Castor decided to fund Carlin trade. Moreover, the Duke believed that Cernciotis greatly treasured the Chirag blood flowing in his veins. He likewise would not have come to despise his other half of his blood. The Castor bloodline. Holy Saintess, as I've previously stated, I am not here to stoke conflict. But at the inception of Carlin trade, it was Castor who extended a helping hand to his Cernciotis. And now that Cernciotis has proven his worth, the Duke believes that it is time to collect a bit of interest.
It appears that a few pieces of candy will no longer be sufficient, Cernciotis.
It's not so complicated, really. What the Duke wants is simply a show of sincerity. Her Grace wishes to see this goodwill from Cernciotis, from Carlin trade, and ultimately from Chirag itself. A show of sincerity towards the Duke of Castor, and towards Victoria. So long as this sincerity exists, then our future cooperation will only become more intimate.
And if we fail to express such sincerity? If Harold puts down his tableware, then walks over to the window and opens it. The cold wind laced with snow and ice instantly pours into the room. Even the burning stove is helpless to resist the chill. He quickly closes the window once more.
Haha, my apologies. The Saintess' question was so incisive. I found myself wanting a breath of fresh air. After staying in this warm room for so long, I've forgotten how cold it was outside, you see.
That being the case, your lordship could have simply entertained Cernciotis at this banquet. Why is my presence necessary?
Well, you see, I've been eating and drinking remarkably well here. During my morning constitutional, my blood pressure has gone down, even as my blood sugar was up a tad. I wouldn't mind staying here for another year or so. But you see, I find the Duke's incessant nagging quite bothersome. Nowadays, Carlin trade has become a pillar of Chirag, and the kinship between the great Saintess and Cernciotis runs deep. I simply want to provide an opportunity for the two of you to sit down and talk things over. I would like you to help me convince Cernciotis.
I appreciate your lordship's candor. However, everything that has a beginning must also have an end. It is true that Chirag owes much of its current standing to the Carlin trade, but if I, as a Saintess, were to say that I know nothing of this, it would simply be avoiding responsibility. If you accept that I am the leader of this nation, then it must follow that I'm also responsible for its current condition. I cannot come up here and confidently proclaim that the ways of the past are wrong. Sirenciotis has always boasts about how he was the one who chose Chirag's current path. However, to this day, everything in Chirag is a result of decisions that we have collectively made as people, of which I am but one member. Sirenciotis himself has no right to rebuke Chirag as she is today. And the same is true for me.
I see now. It seems I really ought to try more of Chirag's food while I still have the appetite. Please come with me, both of you.
Harold's trying to mediate between them. It's like, come on, get along, you guys. We have delicious food and drink here.
Once again, I must thank you for your hospitality today, my lord. I hope my choice of dishes will suit both your tastes. They are traditional Chirag dishes that I specifically requested Chef Tiriel to prepare. Wow, this cheese wrap looks positively splendid.
Cheese wraps? And there are even fruit chunks inside.
Truly a traditional household dish. Dig in, my friends, don't be shy.
After you, Sirenciotis.
Very well, if you insist.
I want some. I love cheese.
That smell again.
You still remember it?
Of course. Nose should be here. Where is he?
Sir, there were these Victorian soldiers earlier.
Soldiers? It all makes sense now. It would be unbefitting of the saintess to personally appear before Victorian soldiers, no?
Do as you will. Don't worry about me.
Now then, I shall not take up any more of your time, holy saintess.
If anything, Harold could probably distract me with good food. It really is the same smell. Is it a good smell? A bad smell? I mean, cheese does smell.
Huh. At least a bit of silver lining is the Trilby Ashers can't accuse me of doing nothing. I've done what needed doing, and the ceremony's about to begin. I suppose it's time to head back. Oh right, can't forget to pick up souvenirs for the wife and daughter. And also... Alas, it would be remiss of me to leave any regrets behind on this trip.
Hey girl, who I summoned today, finally.
Humph. Ah, there you are, Madame Degenbrecher. I see you found yourself a lovely spot. Clean, Anne. Hey now, don't go! If you want an audience, go talk to Enciotis or Gnosis. I'll have nothing to do with your little games. Come now, that's no way to be talking. With all this delicious food and drink in front of you, would it really kill you to exchange a few pleasantries? For example, shall we toast? Nein danke. Oh, are you a woman who can't handle her drink? I'm much better at handling men who try to ply me with drink. Shall I prove it to you? Ha ha ha, no need. I'll take your word for it. Oh right, Lily's in fine shape now thanks to your timely handling of this matter. I've already arranged for follow-up care, and her little ones are in good health as well. Leoness said to leave one for you to name. I'm glad things worked out, and I'll pass on that part. Don't have much of a naming sense. Aha! In that case, why not let me do it for you? Never fear, naming is a bit of a science in Victoria, and I happen to be a bit of an expertise in that field.
Harold's trying so hard to keep the party going. Ouch. How would I approach that kind of person who doesn't like small talk? I wouldn't talk to them. Or I'd be like, hi, and then nothing else. Or, would you like some food? Oh no, okay. Time to go on my way.
The little one is a girl, so my suggestion would be to name her Olivia Turnbottom Michelle Cravagon.
Ah, what a name! Of course, Olivia Turnbottom, Michelle Cragavon. What a befitting name! And yeah, even if that person is Degenbrecher, I wouldn't want her to hate me. She did cost I forget how many summons. Over 70 summons. I was originally gonna only throw 10 or 20, but no, she's cool, so I ended up throwing more than I would have wanted, but you know, it's worth it.
I put together my last name, my wife's maiden name, and my grandmother's first name, making her the same as my daughter's. I've changed my mind. Her name's Dolar. But I wasn't finished yet, Madam Dagenbreaker. Her name is Dolar. But Olivia... Dolar. Alright. Dolar, is also a fine name for a girl. Healthy and strong, right? Even though I still think Olivia Turnbot to Michelle Craigovon, it has a bit of more charm to it. Nevertheless, I think Leoness will be quite fond of the name, fitting as it is for a Chirag girl. Madam Dagenbreaker, I also have another favor to ask of you, presumptuous as it may be. Please take a look at this. I'm afraid I'll be leaving empty-handed on this business trip. I would at least like to leave a little memento for myself, as a personal note. As I said back at the station, I'm a huge fan of your C. Would you be willing to give me your autograph? You don't seem like the type to obsess over night sports. You think too highly of me, vulgar man that I am. Far be it from me to avoid vulgar pleasures. Though the arena is certainly different from the battlefield, the victors all have something that elevates them from the crowd. Above the crowd. It certainly is a fine pastime, and I hope you take no offense to me saying that, as none is intended. Then much is true. You say that, but you still refuse to give this poor old man your autograph, even as he's holding this card out. I've treasured this trading card for a long time, you know. It was a limited release from the first time you won the major. You never released another card.
Dang, he really is a fanboy.
It's a darn shame that I can't seem to win your favor no matter what. That aside, when it comes to naming, there's something I've been curious about and would appreciate if you could shed some light on the matter. Of course, you don't have to answer if you find it offensive. Dagenbreaker, is that your real name? You're certainly brave to ask, Craigovon. I'm a man of few talents, but courage is something I do carry. What if it is? Just consider it scratching the itchy curiosity of your fans, madam. After all, every angle of your being has been under the spotlight since the first time you won the major, the origins of the Black Knight, and where her path ultimately led her. Countless eyes have been following you. Which brings me to my next question, Madam Dagenbreaker. Is your contract with Carlin Trade about to expire? I do wonder if you'd spare me the honor of inviting you to be a guest of Victoria. No doubt, the Duke would be more than glad to welcome your arrival, and perhaps we'd even be able to discuss new horizons of cooperation. Uh-huh. Is that all you want to ask? If that's all you're here for, I've heard you out. Now, if you would leave me in peace. I spent a decade in Chirag. I'm one of her people, and I plan to live out my days here. Good enough for you? Ah, yes, that's exactly what I want to hear. I had my own speculation about the answer, but I must admit, it was quite moving to hear it in your own words. Why? You didn't even try to dress it up with more local flair. True. I suppose you're dressed with a bit of color. Where'd you get that fur collar? Ah, this is from a souvenir shop I'm rather partial to. It's quite warm. Alright. It's getting late and the banquet should be drawing to an end soon, so I won't pester you any longer. Though I wasn't fortunate enough to win your signature, I do want to say one thing. I enjoyed our chat very much, madam.
Maybe someday he can get a signature. Sorry, Harold. Please watch your steps, Sir Enciotis.
Enciotis, I brought the car. Thank you, uncle. Are you returning to the mansion? Back to the office. Enciotis? What he said. There are still some chores I need to take care of.
Long time no see, Uncle Chester.
Sanctus.
Just call me by name on these occasions.
Enya, I'm so glad to see you safe and sound.
The feeling is mutual. I'm relieved that you're in good health.
Now then, I shall take my leave, Holy Sanctus, Sir Enciotis.
Very well, my lord.
Yes, Holy Sanctus?
All else aside, I hope you have a wonderful time in Chirag.
Thank you for your kind words.
Char. Yes, Saintess? Please have the maids clean the mess. Oh, there's no need for that. The good soldiers not only helped clean everything up, but even took away the leftover food. They said that they were going to bring it to the infected soldiers who weren't able to attend the banquet. This Viscount actually seems quite respectable. It feels as if he's playing the villain. Though I trust that he's something Sir Enciotis here can relate to.
You flatter me, Saintess.
It's getting dark. Be careful on your way back.
You too. Saintess.
Did you need something else?
In the name of Chiragander, Chirag has arrived where she is today despite the gulf between us. What would Chiragander think? Were she to look down upon her land today? Would she condemn us?
Are you getting cold feet?
Of course not. The miracle 3 years ago will forever be engraved in the hearts of all Chirag. Even I must admit that Chiragander indeed is the bedrock of this land. We're all but children playing atop her body.
If so, the question isn't for me to answer. Perhaps it is not for her to answer either. And away they go.
Alright, we're back. I can go the rest of the way myself. Oh, really? It was just a minor miscalculation. Hold on, I need a moment.
Was Gnosis acting tough at the party? He's like, yes, I can drink anyone under the table. Well, in actuality, he's like, oh gosh, I gotta put on a brave face. Come on, last, before I topple over.
Certainly. No, not the main door. Head around the side. What's the problem? Worried someone might see you. Someone might be working overtime. Who'd be working overtime at this hour? Me. And you too, probably. Are you complaining that I haven't given you enough overtime pay? Alright, Gnosis, sit down already. Nobody else will see the drunken and indecent behavior of the CTO. If you ask me, you're holding your own image to too high a standard. You're a lot more talkative after a few drinks, Enciotis. If anything, you owe Dagenbreaker more overtime pay. He actually owes me a few lives. Too lazy to keep count. The two leaders of Carlin Trades squatting in the lobby of the company headquarters in the middle of the night to discuss unpaid wages. Gnosis is fighting on your behalf. Did the booze melt his brain?
Look at them, just chilling.
No, it's not like I've got sloshed for your sake.
Dagenbreaker would probably punch me for saying this, but her tail is so cute, I just want to poke it. Yeah, I'm gonna get punched in the face. But it might be worth it, you know? Just a little poke. Dagenbreaker looks over at Enciotis, who only gives a shrug.
What an embarrassment.
Dagenbreaker hands the canteen of water she brought over to Enciotis, and the latter naturally reaches out to accept it. The last decade has seen countless such moments. Cute.
Do you still remember Walden's? Who? The first time you had to carry me and Gnosis back. Oh, that banquet. Yes. Where Gnosis got pissed drunk, and you didn't, yet you were worse for wear because of it. Look at him now, his liver is clearly a lot tougher these days. At least he's not passing out all over the place. You sure this one's still conscious? Before you two start bad-mouthing me to my face, blurg! Can you bring me some hangover remedy?
The man slumped over on the steps does not lift his head, merely stretching his hand out towards his ill-spirited friend. I hope I never experience that. Hangovers sound terrible. I never want that in my life. It sounds the worst. I also never want to experience caffeine withdrawal. That also terrifies me. Both sound like horrible experiences. Blech. Dagenbreaker raises her eyebrow, then takes a pack of pills out of her pocket and places them in Gnosis' hand. She watches him open up the blister pack, with practiced motions and swallow the contents along with a big gulp of water. After a while, she lets out a sigh of relief. Nope, never had a hangover or caffeine withdrawal, luckily. And this trio's nice. They're cute. Though Breaker has to take care of them so much.
That's a bit better. But this still doesn't seem to be the same medicine I took before. It's not a hangover cure. It's a poison I made. And Siotis put me to it. Yes, quite right. Is that so? Then why am I not dead yet? Doesn't seem like your poison's very effective.
Are they just pranking him now?
How dull. Are you two not tired of this routine yet? I thought it was pretty funny. It was more fun back when you actually believed it and tried to make yourself vomit. That was years ago. But that was a different pill, wasn't it? It didn't look the same as the previous one. Riley sent it. He often goes drinking with the Victorians and says this one works better. And Siotis, it seems like Breaker has become the most popular of us three among the people of Trug. Notice the promotional pictures of the Black Knight hanging off the Bird and Beast billboards by the station. Hand-drawn too.
Oh, that's so cute if it's hand-drawn.
Is that a problem? Of course not. I've been increasingly busy in the recent years, and have neglected many things. Once the situation calms down a bit, Gnosis and I really need to start going out more often. That's for sure. If you don't show your face in public every once in a while, people will start to worry about your private life. One popular line of speculation is that you've thrown yourself into work as you've been heartbroken over certain things. There are quite a few variations too. Want me to give you a rundown?
I want to hear the rundown. Who broke his heart in those rumors?
Blurg.
Poor Gnosis.
I pray you don't choke to death, laughing and vomiting at the same time, Gnosis. If you could laugh like that all the time, our employees wouldn't be so afraid of you. Don't worry, before I croak, I'll make sure to puke all over your shoes.
Gnosis, you savage.
So, how did your discussion today go? Reach any agreements? When it comes to matters concerning Chirag, there aren't actually that many differences between me and the Saintess. What about between you and the girl named Enya? The only problems worth talking about are those that can be resolved. If I had to do things over again, I'd make the same decision every time, and she'd still never feel good about it. We all know that deep down. Say what you will, but you'll never tell that to her face. You're not much different, Gnosis. You're two peas in a pod, never saying what needs to be said to the people who need to hear it.
Because they're shy like that, they're soon dead about their feelings.
Also, you should be playing dead right about now.
The lights of the office still shine bright in the night. The heating in the main hall is shut off, and the silence spreads freely through the room along with the cold. A moment later, the silence is broken by the sound of Gnosis retching.
Breaker, I need another pill.
Sheesh! How bad is his hangover? That is horrible.
My head hurts.
Oh, this sounds worse than food poisoning. Worse than period cramps too. If he's having like extreme headaches and puking. Ooh.
And a couple for me too. I might be a bit tipsy.
A couple for him too? How many pills are they allowed to take? Both men stretch out their hands towards Breaker at the same time. They're like, "Ma, I need help! Help me! I feel sore. My tummy's upset. My head hurts." She's like, fine, let me get you your medicine. Let me get you your water. Freaking kids. That unflappable attitude that someone there knows the truth makes Breaker tingle with irritation for some reason. There's still many questions that cannot be answered. But at least here, right in this moment, there's no need to show off, no need for pretense. Breaker heeds her own will and slaps each of the two hands in turn.
Gah! Oh? Stand up. Go home already. If you're drunk. Don't squat here. There's a lot of work to be done tomorrow. Now go.
Goodbye, ma'am. Sheesh. Train hopping. Let me stare at the map real quick. Oh, not worried.
Not worried at all.
And actually, no, I don't bring a friend because I want to be able to farm afterwards. I do wonder what kind of drinks they had. I know that NCO just brought over like a special drink. Like the ones that I've had, eggnog, spiked eggnog during family parties because that'd be a popular thingy. Mystery beers and what do you call it? That New Year sake that people have.
Ugh. What happened? What's with all the empty bottles on the floor? Odd. Why was I even sleeping here?
Arktosh, do you not remember anything?
Rosalind, you're a good kid. Arktosh, you disgrace.
Snore.
Dad?
They party too hard.
What did you wake me up for? Can't an old man nap in peace? No, hold on. Dad, when did you get home? Why didn't you let me know you were coming? What happened yesterday? How did we end up sleeping on the floor? Quit your yapping. It's giving me a headache. Sir, Master, I'm so glad you're both finally awake. Gulo, what happened here? The two of you got drunk and didn't want to stop drinking, and our efforts to convince you to return to your rooms to sleep were in vain. I could only feed 2 more batches of firewood to the furnace, so it wouldn't get too cold in here. Sir, do you not remember what happened yesterday? Wait, let me think. Yesterday.
Poor Gulo has to take care of the drunks.
I remember. I was to prepare for the banquet to celebrate the completion of Cheragander's statue. The Saintess asked me to select the best drinks Cherag has to offer, so I was tasting them one by one. And then after that, I don't remember much. Of course you don't. You were so drunk you couldn't tell people apart, and even tried to toast to a pillar while hugging it. At your age, what an embarrassment! Enough, Dad. Was I not doing it for the Saintess, for Chirag?
Yes, it was for the Saintess. That's what I was doing this for, Dad.
Gulo's still here, so could you ease up on the scolding before I lose any more respect? I always taught you respect is something you earn on your own, so why ask me to leave it any for you? Forget it. I'll bicker with you no longer. Gulo, where's Rosalind? She went up the mountain first thing in the morning, Master. What? She woke up early while the both of you were still sleeping, and she said to let you sleep a while longer. I thought the same, so I didn't wake you. I guess it's fine for her to just leave like that. Perhaps this was Chiragander's plan for the Pelroks. They met, they didn't realize, so I guess this means it was just not meant to be. Indeed. What are you riddling on about, Dad? I vaguely remember a young girl coming here yesterday, but I did drink too much. I can't remember what she looked like. You say your name was Rosalind. Arktosh, come here. I should not hide this from you. Same as you made your own choice back then. What should be done next is ultimately up to you.
So, you know that girl you're partying with, son? Yeah, that's your daughter. Let's see what Chilby Ash is gonna do now.
By Chiragander, 3 generations really drank the night away. Even dragged me in with the other guards too. Gah! It's been a long time since I drank so much.
Everyone's just getting hangovers during this time.
And I didn't get any business done at all. Since going roundabout didn't work, let's just go head on. Judging from the direction, Rosalind probably went up the mountain.
I just love how they're just leading him on. Just keep on walking, keep on walking. Oh, this is one of those snowy mountains. It's even more spectacular up close. Chirag's mountains sure are impressive. Ugh, I'm a little dizzy. Really went overboard on the drinks last night. Wonder if those guys are awake yet. Why didn't the doctor tell me how enthusiastic Chirag people can be? I should give them something as thanks when I get down the mountain later. Sheesh, it's freezing. The wind's pretty painful. If I remember right, you're supposed to climb up the mountain on your own to prove your faith to Chiragander. I know, right? Just the slightest hint that she's probably not dressed for the mountains, or at least the snow. It's really tall, but since I'm already here, I might as well try. Huh? Be careful. Oh, cute! Look who's on vacation! The purest air from atop the mountains. Sounds pretty good to me. Do you take cards here? Alright, then give me 2 boxes. Send them to Burden Peak Hotel, room 606. You got it! Well, Sophia, you're buying even more stuff. Didn't you buy 4 boxes of mountain spring water yesterday? How are you gonna bring it all back? Dang, she's spending a lot. Isn't that stuff expensive as heck? Don't be silly. Who says we have to bring them home ourselves? I'll send a box each to Minar and Margaret. I probably haven't even bought enough yet. Chirag's air and water, plenty impressive. The Black Knight came here a good long while ago, so she should be living pretty well by now. Alright, enough of that. I hear you have to climb Chirag's mountains yourself as a show of devotion. Come on, let's get climbing. They do mention as much in the travel brochure. Let's see who can reach the summit first, Sophia.
Riley, why didn't you tell them we have a cable car that goes up the mountain? Ho ho ho, the tourists have their own ideas. Who am I to tell them otherwise? Fair enough. Seems like tourists are the only ones who like to climb these days.
I like that. Only the tourists are walking while everyone else is just like, I'm gonna take the cable car, thanks.
They're right though. Come, let's go take the cable car. Really? Won't Chiragander see it as a lack of faith? Nonsense! Chiragander granted us this convenience because she loves her people. Insisting on climbing would show a lack of faith in Chiragander.
I like this elder. He's legit. I'd be like that too. It's like, yeah, you say that, but because it's here in this mountain, Chiragander approves of it. And why wouldn't I use what Chiragander approves of? That would be going against her wishes.
Huh? What do you mean, huh? We're all Chiragander's children. As long as you respect her and keep her in your heart, she'll protect us all.
Yes, indeed. Like, thank you, Chiragander, for giving us this lovely lift. Phew, you can actually ride up a cable car on the mountain? Why are tourist spots the same everywhere? I'd better follow the locals. Even though I don't know what it means to have faith in Chiragander at all. But Chiragander must be protecting Chirag, judging by how things are going. Hey, old man in front! Can you tell me where to go to get a cable car tickets? Thanks for pointing the way. At the same time, doing at least one walk up the mountain would be tempting. Depending. Like, if I'm prepared for the trip, then I'll give it a shot, but I'd want to ride down if I'm going to walk all the way up. Or maybe I'll walk up and down, you know, just for the experience, at least once. And then afterwards, never again.
Sir, please hold on. Who are you? What's with the getup? I'm a reporter from Victoria, you see. People praise the Chiragander statue, but surely building it must have been a waste of resources. I'm currently collecting some. Get lost! My son who works on the statue sends me money every month, and he even calls me to tell me how good work is over there. You foreigners are just salty about how wonderful our Chirag is. Then why hasn't he returned? He said he signed some agreement, so he has to stay there. What was it again? Non-disclosure.
Ah, I understand the non-disclosures. Like, if you sign one of those, you gotta be good. Gotta follow it. NDAs.
Do you need an NDA to build a statue? I'm warning you, foreigner. Any more guff out of you and I'll give you a taste of my walking stick. Huh? Where'd they go?
Walkie. I wonder, do you think Trilby Ash is walking up the mountain himself, or do you think he's taking a cable car?
Praise Shiragander. Brave bird and beast, brave people, Shiragander guides us to protect our homeland. Huh? The snow here doesn't seem right. Yo! Careful. There's a trap down there. You're right. Oh, Madam Dagonbreaker. Where did this hole come from? That Riley must have dug it out to catch the game. Many thanks. I would have fallen down the hole if it weren't for you. You're welcome. Do you have business on the mountain today, madam? Anything we can help you with? I have plans with Riley, Leon, and the other guys to go up the mountain today. So just let us know if you need anything. I have a bit of work to do, but I'll be fine on my own. Are you and old Riley still drinking with the Victorians? Yeah, we've been competing to see who can drink more, and it's a tie, at the moment. None of us are giving up because it'd be an embarrassment for Master and Siotis and the Sanctus if we lost to those Victorians. Also, they just suddenly came in here and set up camp. What do you think is going on? I have no proper education, but even I know a sudden flood of people here, all hale and healthy even, can't possibly be a good thing. That's why Riley and I were thinking we could keep an eye on them for Sir and Siotis with the drinking, at the very least. So don't worry, we'll definitely win. Fine, it would be great if you could drink till they fine, it would be great if you could drink till they puke. Just call me if you can't. Don't push yourselves. Did you decide to watch the Victorians on your own? Heh, we thought it up with the other villagers. All of us agreed to it. We've been living much better these days, and since we now know how good things can be, we're not gonna let anyone ruin it for us. But madam, I should be honest with you. Just don't get angry with me. Sure, go on. I just wanted to say, these Victorians we've been drinking with, we've come to know them pretty well over the past month, and brushing the other stuff aside, they aren't bad guys. They don't cause too much trouble, even when drunk, and sometimes they come over to help out with work. There's a guy with bones out about as old as mine. He only goes a little mad when he's drunk, but he doesn't do much other than strip off his clothes and try to swim in the snow. I saw his back then. It was in bad shape.
What a thing to do! It's like, yes! Time to strip off my clothes and swim in the snow as one do.
I don't know what he has suffered, but it hurts to even look at it. It hurts to think about it now. I might as well tell you this. A Victorian Viscount has come to join the celebrations for Cherigander's statue, and he's brought his personal army along. Most of them were veterans who have been fighting alongside him for a long time. Oh. There's no need to think too much. Just enjoy your drinks together. I don't get it. What's the difference between a personal and regular army? But they did look far from young, and a few of them seem to have stones growing on their bodies. That should be the stone disease that I've seen in the news before. Erypathy. Most of the time, nothing happens when you come into contact with it, so you don't need to be too worried. But you should still take some precautions. You can go to Rhodes Island's office in the city or the newly built hospital for information on how to protect yourself. That we know, so do not worry, madam. I just wanted to have a chat with you anyways. I wouldn't dare to disturb Sir Siotis or Sir Gnosis. Oh? You're saying I look idle? That's not what I meant. I mean, them sirs are busy with their big projects all day long, so it'd be no good for us to disturb them. You help us out regularly, even though you're so busy too. We know you're on the same side as us. You're one of us. One of you. Well, no, I mean, those sirs are our people too. I'm bad with words, but you know what I mean. Am I wasting your time, madam? It's fine. There's something I need to trouble you and the rest of the mountain for. Just say the word. Help me find a pretentious Victorian. A what? He wears a top hat and a black coat, with the collar covering his face. Some gemstones too. It's easy to spot such a conspicuous figure. What's this fella doing with a sort of outfit and drag? Who knows? Probably something stupid. Alright, leave it to us. I'll send over old Leonis's burden beast the moment we get any news.
Oh, Trilby Asher, up to no good as usual.
Are you serious, Dad? The girl yesterday, she's Rosalind? My daughter? I doubt I'm wrong. The girl looks just like you, and Tatiana too. My eyes are still good enough, and I'm not wrong. Really? My daughter? I did say that she was a good kid. Good stature and character, even. Wonderful! Rosalind. She looks like me? Yes, like me, I remember now. She has the same hair color. Her eyes and mouth are Tatiana's, especially her eyes. They're exactly the same. So pretty. Time flies. Little Rosalind has already grown so big. In just a blink of an eye. Wait, did she go up the mountain? When is she coming back? Will she come back? Arktosh, there's something else. We can talk about that later. I had to prepare some gifts for my daughter. I remember she loved baked sweet cheese and beef stew when she was little, so I'm off to buy some now.
I want some. That sounds delicious.
Tatiana, is she here too? Does she not want to see me? Then Alright, no matter. I'll head straight up the mountain and give them to Rosalind. And then I'll ask her about Tatiana. Arktosh! What is it? I need to hurry. Stop right there! Just stay. You need to hear this.
Arto stops in his tracks from his father's yelling, and ill omen stirs uncontrollably in his heart. Perhaps it's his hangover, but a sudden headache descends on him. His stomach seems to drop to the floor, and his back feels as if something cold is creeping up on him. He's like, oh no, I can sense bad news. Only now does Arktos realize his father's back, which he's not seen in a long time, is slightly stooped, like a wilting tree, no longer tall and upright as he remembered. But the dry and aged voice of the devotee continues, undeterred by Arktosh's panic.
Rosalind told me that she and her mother had been living in Ursus since they left. She was too young to remember anything of this place. She said that she never knew who her father was, all the time she grew up. And this time, she's not only here to see our Chiragander statue, but also, she's brought back her mother's remains.
Ill omens always seem to bear out. The wind and the snow roaring outside their home, the flames flickering inside the furnace, and even their indistinguishable breathing all seem to freeze for a moment.
What? Remains? What do you mean? But Tatiana was so young. How could she? I don't believe it. How can that be? I heard it from the girl myself. What happened back then? It was Clan Pelroke that failed mother and daughter. I carry the shame in my heart, but not regret. What about you, Arktos? Fine. It doesn't matter what you want to say. There's no point telling me. Your father is no perfect man nor saint, and certainly not the victim here. This old man is too old to hear you out, let alone offer any advice. I only wish to spend the rest of my days sweeping in the dust in Chiragander's feet. But you, should think carefully. Tatiana, Rosalind. Sir Master! Matriarch Radatos is here. She says there's something urgent to discuss.
Hey, Radatos. The place reeks of booze. The ceremony's tomorrow, Arktos. Don't you drink too much and ruin it all.
I'm in no mood to play with you. Just tell me what happened. You're not the type to make social calls, Radatos.
You sure know me well. Fine, I'll get straight to the point, Arktos. I came here to tip you off. I still recall that you married an Ursine woman despite your family's objections, and even had a child with her. Something happened to the Silver Ashes, and soon after your wife left Chirag with a daughter in tow. This affair was kept within the Tri-Clans, but it was no secret to us.
Humph, I see your nose is as sharp as ever. I'll take that as a compliment. I'm here to tell you about your daughter, the girl named Rosalind.
Girl, that's old news now.
What happened to her? You better not be better not be taking advantage of the situation. She has nothing to do with her clan business. I'm not here to settle any old scores, but her ultimately return is really unfortunate. Do you know where she is right now? She's probably already in the sights of a Victorian spy.
Oh, everyone's gonna go after Chobi Asher and beat him up. Finally! But the cable cars only go up this far, and I have to climb the rest myself. Well, the summit isn't that far anyway. Just keep on walking, this is fine. I could still see a few tourists earlier, but now there's no one else around. Wait everywhere. Sheesh, it's a little scary. Huh?
How unlucky.
What was that?
Ever since I came to Chirag, not a single thing has gone smoothly.
Who's that? Come out. Don't even think you can scare me. Is that a hole? Who could be so bored as to dig a hole by the trail? No, this can't be just a hole. It's a trap.
Sure enough, a trap indeed.
He fell in a trap.
Watch your step, madam. Also, if it's not too much of a bother, could I trouble you to pull me up?
Chobi Asher is having the worst time here, just being trolled left and right.
Let's show them what we
Though
can
he
do.
probably deserves it. Well, none of these emergency heaters are operating, and we still need to use them. Are all these mountain burden beasts frozen solid? Luckily, we prepared some flint in advance. We can strike it to get an active emergency heaters working. But be careful when lighting it up. If we thaw the ice these mountain birdie beasts are stuck in, they'll wake up and bother us. And this is fine. I ain't scared of them. No fear here.
準備はいいか。では行くぞ。
Yeah, this is fine.
全員の行動力を奪う。
They're just sleeping. They're sleepy babies. You know, might as well do that. Go get him. And then over here. Yeah, this is fine right now.
命令を。無駄だ。
Just keep on bunking.
決まった。
What is that little dude doing?
我が意向にかき消
He's
され
just going around there menacingly. As one do when you're a little dude, I guess.
いい位置だ。
Get out of here, little dude. Oi. Oi, stop it. Actually, this is fine.
こちらチェン。
Yeah,
いつでも指示をくれ。
this be fine indeed. I should probably bring out a healer. You know, that'd be nice. Healers are wonderful. They keep me healthy, and I appreciate that.
敵を
Truly appreciate a good healer.
逃がすな。
And overheat.
Oof.
プログラム起動します。時々早く離れてください。
Okay, I can afford to light this up now. Yay. Grab my hand. All right.
We met on the train back there, but I never imagined you'd save my life here. How fortunate for you to be here to lend me a hand. Who knows how long I'd be stuck in here otherwise. Thank you very, very much for your altruistic assistance, Madam Rosalind Tatianovna Larina.
Well, wasn't much. Don't mention it. You definitely don't look like a local, so I'm guessing you're a tourist going up the mountain.
Precisely.
So why didn't you follow the main road instead of falling into a pitfall out here in the forest? What were you gonna do if I didn't happen to pass by?
I was merely attracted by the scenic view, and didn't expect to run into a trap like this in the snow. If you hadn't happened by, perhaps I would have stayed here for a while longer. I'd calm down first before figuring out a way to climb out myself. But now I see how fortunate I am. Madame Lorena, are you going to continue your journey up the mountain?
Huh? Yeah, I am.
We could travel together for a while if you wouldn't mind. I'd like to admire the view of Chirag's mountains from the summit as well.
Sure. I don't mind, let's go. We still have a long way to the top. Yeah, this is fine so far.
That was... Riley! I just checked the traps and saw a pitfall collapsed. Thought we caught something. But when I took a look, there was nothing inside. Guessing he might have escaped. Did you see that man who passed by earlier? Doesn't he look like the guy Teriel's asked us to look out for? You mean the one Dagenbreaker asked us to find? All dressed in black, pretentious looking, wearing a hat and hiding his face. No doubt about it. Come, let's hurry back and tell Dagenbreaker.
Once he gets to the top of the mountain, they're all gonna punch him. Hey, Say, I still don't know your name. Aren't you guys pretty particular about, introducing yourselves when you first meet?
An oversight on my part. You may call me John Smith, or anything you prefer.
John? The name John Smith
What do you think of it?
sounds right out of a spy movie. Right out of a spy movie I watched with the doctor. Yeah, that was definitely the name of the spy guy. I remember he had a really pretty sidekick too, so John, you... Never mind. Coming up to this makeup point all alone means you're definitely single. And now she's roasting him.
A fascinating coincidence.
Right? Alright, let's get back on track. I figure we still have a way to go. A while to go before the summit. I heard it gets colder the higher up you go, and it gets harder to breathe too. So, you tired yet? Need a break?
Please don't worry about me. Do you need a rest, Madame Lorena?
No, I'm good. You've got some real stamina, huh, Mr. Spy?
Ha ha.
Poor John Smith, just being bullied everywhere.
Seems like you really deceived him. I've fabricated no lies, Dagenbreaker. There's no slipping your average falsehoods by a trilby asher collecting information for his duke. But I'm fully aware that these types usually know how suspicion best. The heir to the Palro clan has secretly returned to the country and is a reality he first discovered by himself, so he'll believe it. And will definitely be watching Rosalind Tatianova Lorena. Your guesses are always right. The girl's already on the mountain, and Ranatos has contacted Arktos. I hear tell the Trilby Asher is also on his way up. He's hiding from me. No matter. Just make sure he remains focused on the girl. It's time for you to move as well. Fine. I'll treat it as an after-meal exercise. However, are you sure the doctor won't mind you letting the Trilby Asher close to the girl? He's a spy, not an assassin. But he's after his information, not a life. Is that how you plan to explain it to the doctor? To the doctor, I shall offer my apologies. You certainly owe them. How I act is unimportant, rather, I'm more curious. Dagenbreaker, you remember the doctor? Sharp's a good opponent, stronger than most of those clumsy knights. There's no harm in noting down someone who has the respect of a warrior like that, and can also make you suffer. You're curious about the doctor? You could put it that way.
Wow, she's curious about me. That's nice to know. Hey girl. Ask away. I'll give you all the answers you want to know.
Alright. The idle chatter stops here. I'm going to work.
Okay, fine. Hurrah! We're finally here! Ugh. We must have climbed a few hours. I'm beat. No wonder everyone quits halfway. That was exhausting. Though, the view up here is really pretty. Isn't that Lake Sober-Nerze over there? The cherry gander statue looks smaller than my thumb from up here.
Lake Sober-Nerze freezes over in the winter and resembles a pure and clear gemstone when viewed up from this peak. As such, the locals here believe the lake is a precious stone bestowed by cherry gander, truly a view you can only see from such a height.
It does look like a gem. Oh, you can even see the station over there. Huh, there's actually plenty of railroads in Chirag, but the trains all look like toys from here.
I wouldn't call this plenty for a country that's still developing. It might seem like a lot, but that's because Lake Sober-Nerze and the cherry gander statue are here. There might be more roads around Karlan currently, but the operating lines will all pass through and transfer here. They will, won't they?
Hey John, you still with us? I need a favor. Can you help me see if there are two trees growing into each other from here? They should be old with intertwining branches, and they look pretty strange too.
It would be my pleasure.
Appreciate it. You know, John, aren't you curious why I'm looking for those trees? Or what I'm doing up here in the mountain? I mulled it over and decided to handle things the old-fashioned way.
What?
Fess up and don't move.
What is the meaning of this, Madame Lorena?
You're not supposed to say that line yet. I haven't even done anything to you. Spit it out, though. You've been following me for ages, just following. What are you after here?
I don't understand.
Quit playing dumb. I don't remember telling you my name.
This is a misunderstanding. You know the Viscount Harold Craigovon and I have a history together, and it was he who told me your name.
Oh? You think I'm stupid? I never told him my full name either. And you managed to climb up the summit without taking a single break. There's no way you could have fallen into a simple hunter's trap. Even if you did, you could have just climbed out. Anna and the girls always tell me to think before I act, but I have to say, sometimes there's no use in thinking too much either.
You're much more careful than I expected, Madame Lorena.
Yo, Chobiash, are you sure you're a super duper good spy? I'm so confused, my dude. Yeah, he's sussy, look at him. So you admit it? John Smith is probably a fake name too, right? Maybe. You really are a spy.
What if I said yes?
Then you'd be pretty bad at your job. 'Cause even I could tell something was up.
Your accusation is absolutely correct. It is true. I've been quite careless, and life in Chirag has made me so. I have considerable freedom here, and there aren't many who pose a threat to me.
Huh, look at you talk. I'm warning you, you better behave, and don't move an inch. You're standing on the edge of a cliff, and there's nothing but snow under your feet. I just have to stomp my feet and send you falling, and I can't promise I'll catch you if that happens.
All right, Madame Lorena, I'll come clean. Yesterday. Victorian scum! Arknights is here. You stay away from here.
Whoa, where did you come from? Wait, watch your foot fall into the snow. What?
Rosalind! Grab my... It's somewhat funny, but Arknights is clearly charging towards me. Could Rosalind really have come here for something? No matter, he's coming and I can only jump.
Surprise!
The Black Knight. I'll rest it up. Not yet. That's not good. You'd be less fun to fight. Going straight into it. Problem with that? I'll get straight to my point too then. You convinced the Viscount that everything on the train was a misunderstanding. I was only half convinced at the time. But now, I know that even the stately Black Knight tells lies. That only proves that you don't know me at all. There's still time to turn around and go down the mountain for a nice lunch. I'm sorry, but I tend to throw myself fully into my work.
Well, time to get pushed down the mountain now. Have fun rolling down. Additional ticket. Oh, this stage ain't bad. I like only having to defend one exit. That I appreciate. And away we go. This be fine. Rosalind's a rotten girl. We don't want to play with her. She's a freak without a papa.
Rude!
Rosalind's a rotten girl without a papa. I'm not a rotten girl. I won't you call me that? Yeah, she hit us first. See, she's a bad kid. Go, let's get her. Get her. If you want to fight, you'll get one. I'm not scared of you. I'm not a bad kid. I'm fine with just my Momoshka. I don't need a papa. I don't need a... I'm glad that she was able to beat them up because those kids are freaking punks. Huh. Didn't expect it fall headfirst into them. The trees, they were here all along. 2 trees growing into each other. This has to be them. Okay, that should do it. Now that Mom's business is done, I'll... Gah! Nope, can't climb back up. The snow's too thick and the hill's too steep to make it back up with my bare hands. There's only this cliff here left to try.
But wait, Rosalind! Get away from there, it's dangerous!
Okay, I'm getting away. You stay put too. You can't move your legs, right? Just take a rest and don't push yourself.
Just a scratch, not like I'd ever let you fall. Those Victorian bastards actually dragged you into their plans. I won't let them get away with it.
So that guy's really a Victorian spy? He didn't actually do anything to me.
It'll be too late when he does. I'd have beat him so badly he wouldn't dare to set foot on Pelbrook land ever again. If only we didn't have such bad luck.
Before you came out of nowhere, I was about to tie the bastard up and teach him a lesson. Whatever, let's just drop it. Back there, you... I hate it when people take their sweet time beating around the bush, so I'll just ask. So why did you move to protect me when we fell? And that Victorian guy, what was he talking about? Something to do with who somebody is?
Rosalind. I know you might find what I'm about to say hard to accept, but...
I feel like Chobiash just likes his outfit. He's like, I look badass. Well, everyone's just like, you have a weird hat. So he's like, nah, it's a cool hat. Like, as a spy, you'd expect him to dress up normally, as in, like, follow what the locals do. But nah. Chobiash just wants to be extra.
Tatiana and I, your mother and I, met on the summit of this mountain.
You and Momoshka, you mean you're...
That's right. Rosalind, you're my daughter.
Shock, suspense! Like that be the handsome guy your mama told you about.
A most unusual guest. What business has you hurrying over here today, Ratatos?
You must know exactly what it is, Enciotis. Are you sure we can fool that Victorian Chobiasher with our bait?
The smarter a man is, the more confident he is in his own judgment, correct?
That's for sure. But Enciotis, here's a warning for you too. Don't underestimate people. The Victorian spy seems to be pretty misled. He's chasing Artosh's daughter, alright. But I don't think things are gonna keep going that smoothly. What if he doesn't go according to your plans? How are you gonna handle that? You must have some sort of backup plan.
Artosh's daughter deciding to return to Chirag now is indeed outside the scope of our plans.
Ooh, thank you.
Of course, I couldn't possibly think of such an improvised plan would suffice to solve our problem.
It sounds like you have something up your sleeve. Let me see. Why haven't I seen Gnosis today? And the bodyguard always by your side. I heard from my sister and brother-in-law that she hasn't been helping you train your Tashigata recently.
You get your information fast, Ratos. Gnosis and Dagonbreaker naturally have their own jobs to do. And if you're here to see them today, I'm afraid you'll have to leave disappointed.
I'm not looking for them. Although, yes. I had a piece of good news for Gnosis if he was here.
Oh.
Nothing major. You'll know all about it tomorrow. He said this before, but I'll personally need to remind you, Ensiotis. You better be certain of the things happening before Cherrygander's statue. It's not just about one clan Silver Ash. You do well to remember that us Browntails also have a stake in it.
It's etched into my mind. Whether it be the Tri-Clans or the Vinebear Court led by the Saintess, Ratos, you should hold on a little more confidence. Whether it be you, me, Gnosis, or even Dagonbreaker, all that we do here is for Chirag's future. That is my firm belief.
I believe.
Run enough laps yet? Yes. Also, I must retrieve my words from earlier, Madame Dagonbreaker. What's come into your clever little mind now? The Black Knight indeed does not lie. A brazen misunderstanding on my part. I thought young Lorena was the key to the plans unfolding in Chirag. Were it not for that, I wouldn't have the slightest intention of establishing contact, and yet so many clues have appeared. Madam, you do not come to block me from approaching Arctos or Rosalind. You're here to deepen the misunderstanding, yes? Done talking. Smart people always talk so much, I don't get why. I can't be bothered. Now pick up your weapon. Let us see how sharp Victoria's claws are. No, no, no. I surrender. Is there a need for us to fight? This is a complete misunderstanding. You're right, I should have headed down the mountain for lunch.
The Trilby Asher calmly raises his hands and walks past Dagonbreaker. But as his back faces hers, he suddenly stops moving.
However, this is only a little guess of mine, Madame Dagonbreaker. To the best of my knowledge, Ensiotis is not one to act without purpose. If Madame Lorena is truly uninvolved, I believe he wouldn't use her as bait. She is certainly not suspicious, so it could be that the Pelro clan behind her. Could it be? There's something amiss with the Pelro spirits, or rather, the transport route they arranged for the alcohol. Madame Lorena's appearance was an unexpected affair, and it is precisely because of that you worry that once I meet her, I might just stumble upon Clan Pelroke in the course of my investigation and discover something I shouldn't have. That is why we performed an entire show for me.
Dagonbreaker does not answer, and merely raises her weapon slowly.
The Pelrokes are in charge of transporting various resources for Chirag. And all transport railways in the country converge in the same spot, Lake Sober Neherzay. To elaborate, what's important is the island in the middle of the lake underneath Chirigander's statue. Perhaps there are some secrets hidden there. Would an intelligence officer divulge his own answers? No. Everyone has their own strengths. For example, you'd be stronger than most of Victoria. However, you cannot control the subtle expressions you're not even aware you're making. I believe my guess is correct.
Dagonbreaker wields her weapon with no mercy in mind, but the Trilby Asher is one step ahead of her. He dodges the blast waves, the snow flying everywhere, and her murderous intent as he leaps down the mountain. Dagonbreaker gives chase. I want her to just hit him at least once.
The Bird and Beast observation car is about to depart for Lake Sober Neherzay. Our professionally trained Bird and Beast can bring you to every scenic spot and all the best views. Travelers who want to enjoy spectacular vistas on the way to the lake, don't miss this chance. I need to head over to Lake Sober Neherzay. Give me your fastest Bird and Beast. You have to pay extra for that, sir. Name your price. I'm currently being hunted by a sinister woman, so do me a favor, friend. If someone asks where I went, just tell them you don't know, alright? I've seen something like this before. How those discs my daughter sent me.
Whistle. I love the bird and beast. They're adorable.
That's the one. Fastest girl I've got. Takme. And don't worry, sir. My lips are sealed. Many thanks.
The trilby asher nimbly jumps onto the seat of the bird and beast's back. The beast begins to move and breaks into a run towards the lake.
Foreigners are so funny. I'll have to tell my girl about this when she comes back. Have you seen a foreigner dressed in a black coat? It's really happening. Sorry, I didn't. Madam Dagenbreaker? You know me? Don't you remember when Takme got stuck in a quagmire while transporting goods last year? You happened to be passing by and pulled her out. Oh right, that happened. So you didn't see anyone, right? Then... Wait. That bastard actually called you sinister, and I even let him borrow Takme. I'm gonna teach him a lesson. I'm gonna teach him a lesson for sure.
He picks up a transceiver.
Takme, stop! It's a bad guy!
It's a good thing Dagenbreaker's still popular here.
Phew. A bird and beast adaptability is not to be underestimated, but the crucial trait is its robust endurance. Perhaps it could serve as a strategic resource. Eh?
The bird and beast underneath him suddenly turns restless with impatience.
Madam Dagenbreaker, Takme's over here. Thanks. Gah, have I been caught? Bloody. Grr. Give up already. I'll be watching whatever it is you're up to today. Even if my only desire is to see the local sights. I know Chirag pretty well. I can't be doing this.
Playing a game of tag. Or hide and seek. Silly Chilbyasha, you can't hide here.
I'm definitely learning how to ice skate today.
You've been saying that for a month already, and summer's already on its way. You'll have to wait for a long, long time for the lake to freeze over.
And that's why I'll definitely get it down today.
Okay.
Sorry, I need to borrow these for a bit. Hey, my skates! Here's some money for a new pair.
Oh, at least he's paying for it. During his thorough investigation of Chirag, the Trilby Asher has seen many locals skating on the ice underneath the warm winter sun. He thought that an activity like this could be somewhat enjoyable, and has wanted to try it, if he had the time. An opportunity that has unexpectedly presented itself to him. But soon he discovers that he has made a gross misjudgment.
Oh,
I thought you knew how to skate, man. He's obviously new, so unstable.
Stable? I see. Gah, sod it. Move. Whoa! Someone's flying in from up high. Stability, balance. Right, yes, I've got it.
With a loud bang, Dagenbreaker's attack smashes a gigantic hole in the icy surface. The Trilby Asher dodges the blow in the nick of time. Whee!
Whoa, I got it down. How delightful. I'll definitely promote this sport after I return home. Of course, I have to survive the day first.
Well, he learned how to skate fast. I've never gone ice skating before. Looks difficult.
He actually learned how to skate.
I've never seen someone get it down that quickly.
Is there a spare pair around?
Why don't I lend you mine?
Thanks.
Do you?
I do.
So fast! Time to chase him down on the ice. This is just adorable. And also hilarious. I wonder how silly this is gonna look.
ドクター、ここっていい
I imagine this is very, very derpy looking with Chobiasha just running around, stumbling, being thrown off beasties, as one do.
時間をかけるつもりはない。
I'd want to see it animated, that's just comical as heck.
It's like, I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids.
ここは私に任せろ
Actually, let me put this here real quick. Okay, there.
All is fine now.
わかっ
There ain't no fear here.
I'll just get that over with real quick. Okay.
リンゴちゃん指定の位置に向かう
And this is fine.
オリジニーの攻略
Yeah, over here seems good.
絶対に近づかないでくださいね
Very, very good.
And just in case I'll put him here. That's a decent spot.
これで前回取り損ねたデータも
Not the best, not the worst. Decent indeed.
心配なくこれでも先輩よりも
And now over here.
And over here, because why not?
本気で行くよこれで
Oh no, not my Susie. She needs a healer.
男女は我が恩恵
Okay, time to use that. Okay, this is fine. Not too many left. I just gotta be patient.
みんな安心して戦って私がついてる
Go, go, go.
Actually, can we get him in here?
何も起きていない
Just walk a little bit closer, sir.
指定の位置に向かう
Hurry up. And now you.
Ah, so close. He's just standing up there menacingly. Sir, I don't appreciate you standing there like that.
死を避けてしまえ
Get out of here.
指示を待つドキドキ距離を合わせて
And now it's fine. All good.
断る
To continue the chase.
Or not. To the backstory. It was more than 20 years ago. I remember that winter was so much colder than in previous years. The snow never stopped and the wind was almost strong enough to blow you away. The weather was so bad that no one would willingly go outdoors. Everyone stayed inside with their furnaces lit from day to night. There was always tea heating up atop the stove for convenient pick-me-ups. The bird and beast sheds were specially reinforced before winter came, and the bees huddled together, hibernating in groups. Time seemed to slow down to rag the ear. Every passing day felt like a slog to go through. And yet the subsequent days would bring the same wind and snow. I was still young then. I just couldn't bear to live that way anymore. I snuck out with a few men in tow that day, with a plan to hunt in the mountains. But the snow overwhelmed us, and there wasn't a single target to be found. I got separated from the others halfway and could only continue ascending the mountain with all the effort I could barely muster. And then it was here. I met Tatiana on this very spot. I wonder what she was doing here. Time for the meet cute.
Gah, but lousy weather today. Don't even have a single strand don't even have a single strand of meat beast hair in my hands. Dad's gonna call me a... Huh? What's that noise? Huh? Who's there? Enough with your tricks. Come on and face me if you have the guts to. Youch!
As if responding to Arktosh's words, a snowball falls from the tree branch up high and hits his head. A clear female voice rings from above. Right on target. Hey, I'm over here. Why didn't you hide, you big dummy?
You...
Me? What about me? You're a funny guy. Did you think you'd be able to hunt in weather this bad? Young man, I'll give you some advice on account of your handsome face. You should hurry home. Arktosh raises his head. The snow and wind gradually subside, and bright rays pierce through the entwined branches of the trees before him, casting fragmented shadows on his face. A vaguely female figure seems to pop up from the patch of soft snow. Snowflakes scatter all around as she moves. The young Tatiana smiles as she looks down to meet the young man's gaze below. Arktosh suddenly feels his eyes go dry. The snowy white he is so used to is suddenly so dazzling. The sunlight was so bright that day. And that's when he fell in love. Saintess, please have a look. The main body of Cherrygander's statue was built by us Browntails. It stands about 30 meters tall, and the adamant materials we use ensure no risk of damage for the next century at the very least. Hundreds of devotees volunteer to work together with professional craftsmen to carve out the statue's form you see today, so it's surely the most accurate reconstruction of Cherrygander there is. Although everyone was arguing about whether Cherrygander should be a humanoid or not, that boorish Arktosh even nearly got into a fight over it. But I guarantee you, from today onwards, this statue will be the most eye-catching attraction in Chirag. Thank you for all the hard work. The statue is the best symbol Chirag can show to the outside world, and it couldn't have happened without everyone's effort. Cherrygander would certainly be pleased as well. Especially with you and your sister, Madame Sirius. I've heard that both of you spent a lot of effort on the construction, and practically stayed on site until it was completed. It must have been difficult. It wasn't much, just doing our jobs. Besides, it's much easier than being forced to study. Study? No, nothing. Well then, Great Saintess, allow me to give you a tour. Please follow me. I want to go on the tour. Saintess, preparations for tomorrow are complete. You should return to Mount Carlon. You're nagging me again, Char. It's rare I get to leave the mountains, so let me stay for a bit longer. Are you trying to advise the Saintess on how she should act, just as the elders do, Char? I won't ramble away like they do. Your gravitas only continues to increase, and there is no one to stop you from descending Carlon anymore. Yesterday, you came down to meet Enciotis personally. If this happened in the past, the elders would have already raised a swift objection. They merely fear that I, the Saintess, will have my personal inclinations. But it is precisely because there is no one controlling me that I cannot hold any bias. And I won't have any personal biases either. Whether the people here are in the eyes of others, I must represent the whole of Chirag as Saintess, and not any specific faction or clan. Saintess, even though Enciotis and I don't actually have conflicting opinions on many matters and can agree on many things, on many issues regarding Chirag, it doesn't mean we can be as close as we were, let alone treat each other as siblings. I can't do that, and neither can he. It also includes my own emotions, but it's not just about that. So I thank you for preparing our meal yesterday, Char. But you need not do that again. Enya, is it really alright to continue like this, Enya? Even though you're representing Chirag now, there's still many who only know of Carlin trade. Clan Silverash has already started to dip their fingers in every facet of the country, and will only grow stronger in the future. I have some thoughts on that. What's important right now is to develop Chirag as fast as we can. Some matters are just unavoidable, or things I let slide. We still need entities like Carlin Trade after all. Besides, I'm fine with Enciotis keeping himself there for the time being. But won't it be dangerous to continue like that? That's why I have my own plans. Oh, you mean in the new school you've been in charge of for the past few years? And the reforms over the Vine Bear Court? It's fortunate that I realize we have so many wise people here. Compared to a Chirag with the voice of a Soul Saintess or a single clan Silverash, wouldn't it be better to have Chirag with a myriad of voices of Chiragander's people? It is the same as prayer. Don't you say, Didn't you say that making your wishes out loud instead of keeping them in your heart would let Chiragander hear them in earnest? I hope more people will get the chance to voice their hopes for Chirag. This is what I wish for, my prayer to Chiragander. Well, that's a good wish indeed. It will certainly reach Chiragander. That's great to hear. Will you help me, Char? Of course. Didn't we agree as much already? I'm your maid after all. Thank you, Char. If you really want to thank me, why not? Huh? Oh dear, they're headed this way. Char? Is someone headed our way? Yes, with an aggressive aura to boot. They're fast, and they're heading straight here. It feels like a fight is about to erupt. Trilby, is it you and Dagenbreaker? Will there be any issues if that happens to the statue? Who knows? Anyway, you should return, Great Saintess. We also need to send someone to inform Madame Sirius as well. It'll be bad if you or someone else gets hurt. I see. Then what about you? I will stay. If something happens... Oh, it would be terrible if something happened to damage Chiragander's statue. So let me stay here and keep an eye on things, and I'll make sure nothing big happens to the statue. Char? Hold on, you can't be. Oh, they're here. I'll say no more, Saintess. I have to go watch them. Hey, Char? She's gone. She can't possibly be looking for an opportunity to do a little something to the statue. She wants to edit it just the tiniest bit to her liking. I don't blame her. If I had a statue of myself up there, I'd want it to be to my liking too. Is she that unsatisfied with the statue's face? She just wants it to be a little bit cuter. I don't blame her. She's super duper cute as is. So the statue clearly doesn't represent her well enough. This part's easier to walk in without as many trees around. Careful, the snow ahead is pretty deep. Are you really my papa? I mean, Momoshka said...
Tatiana mentioned me? What did she say?
Not much. I didn't even know I still had a papa until I was grown. I thought he might have died long ago. I thought that was the reason she never mentioned a father and that she never really brought up Chirag before either. We've just been the two of us for all these years. I never thought...
Really? Maybe she still resented me. As she should have. After all, I was the one who let the both of you... I was the one who let the both of you down back then. I deserve her resentment. It seems Tatiana lived a good life, even without me.
I'm not sure what Trilby is hoping to find there. Maybe a giant stack of money. Maybe he thinks that the statue's gonna be a giant mecha. That'd be awesome, actually, if it was a giant mecha. Before I came here, she told me how the snow feels different in Chirag. The snow you find in the mountain summits is different from the snow down here. She told me, Chirag is my home too. Even though I grew up in Ursus, I was born here.
Tatiana, that sure is something she would say. She liked the summit snow so much, and always told me how different it was. It's a pity a thug like me didn't get it back then.
I don't get it either. But I remember what she told me. I might have forgotten what happened when I was small, but those experiences just don't disappear. She always said everything you've been through will always be shaping you as a person. Even if you forget it, its influence remains. She said that the Rosalind of today has every stage in her life to thank, and even the little insignificant things that happen in between have also greatly contributed to who I am today. And that's why, even if she couldn't make it here, she hoped that I could at least know a part of me came from Chirag. That's what she said, and that's why I'm here.
Tatiana, when your mother and I first met here, you could say it was a mutual attraction. It didn't take long for us to fall in love. I'd hoped to marry Tatiana and spend the rest of our lives together. I was really looking forward to it. I never wanted anything as much as I did to be with her. But it was no easy feat in Chirag back then.
But why? If you like each other, then just stay together. It can't get any simpler than that, right?
Yes, it should have been the simplest thing to do. But Rosalind, you don't understand Chirag, or at least the way Chirag was 2 decades ago. we were still secluding ourselves in our own little corner of the land. We basically had no contact with outsiders. You don't get catastrophes in Chirag, and everyone thought it was thanks to Chiragana protecting her people. We believed the place was sacred, unlike the outside world, where catastrophes are commonplace. I've always believed Chirag back then was quiet and peaceful. But the way things are now, I have to admit, we were closed off and blind. Our lives are just farming, herding, and praying to Chiragander. Outsiders were rare to see, and we weren't exactly friendly to them either.
Momoshika.
You know her best, I'm sure. Tatiana was so passionate, frank, ostentatious, and didn't bother to fit in. She captivated me completely. But at the same time, she was too strange and too different for Chirag then.
Humph. So, are you trying to tell me that you held back because of that? You didn't dare marry a foreigner? Wait, where did it come into the picture then? You had me without marrying her? I'm serious, Beardy. You better not be joking.
Rosalind, wait. Don't be hasty. It's not what you think. It didn't happen like that. Easy now.
Then what happened?
Of course I married your mother. Many objected to it, but it ultimately wasn't an impossible task, after all. The head of Clan Silverash married a foreigner too. My marriage would have been an embarrassment for the Pelro clan, but I still managed to convince my father, our patriarch at the time, to go through with it. You met him already, Rosalind. It was him who brought you back home yesterday, even though I was so drunk I didn't recognize you at all.
You mean that old man? Is my grandfather?
Yes. I appreciate that he ultimately let us marry, and kept it a secret from the others too. One of my biggest regrets is not inviting more guests to our wedding. But Tatiana told me it was fine, that she didn't care about the formalities. As long as we loved each other, nothing else mattered, as long as we could be together for good.
Weddings are so strange. Like, a big wedding versus tiny wedding. Tiny weddings sound better to me.
And then we had you. The days I spent together with you two were the best I could have ever imagined. But our good times didn't last long. The Silverash couple got into an accident soon after you were born. Chirag was already in a state of turmoil due to the Silverash reforms, and there were many who regarded them as a thorn in their side. Most didn't dare to challenge the Tri-Clan leaders directly, but attacking a foreigner in private was much easier to do. They said it was an accident, but truth be told, it was far from that simple.
I don't know much about it, but I remember the doctor telling me that the Pelrokes are conservative. So Clan Pelroke must have been against the freeforms too.
Yes.
Ooh, hello. Good afternoon.
I'm not trying to lecture you now, Rosalind, but there are some things you have a right to know. It was beneficial for the Pelrokes to suppress the Silverashes then, and I alone could not have changed our decision to do so. So, we Pelrokes are the most devout believers and guardians of Chiragander, while the Browntails are the astute followers who make sensible decisions. While the Silverashes had gone astray and tried to destroy our faith in vain, putting Chirag in danger. This was how our three clans were back then. And also the way the situation really was in Chirag. And I, as the next head of the Pelroke clan, could not harm the family's interests. There was not much I could do.
And so you abandoned me and Momoshika.
I did not! I never abandoned you, and there was no way I would have abandoned Tatiana. But those people, would they be satisfied with a mere accident? The Silverashes were dead, and I married an Ursine woman. They didn't know how great Tatiana was, and didn't care for her affection towards Chirag. She was just an Ursine woman in the eyes of many, an outsider representing Chirag's doom. Rosalind, I am a warrior. I've shed so much blood, and have never feared anything. But back then, all I had were sleepless nights, because I finally came to know fear. I was afraid. The best choice I could make at the time was to have you leave, to go far away from Chirag. Even if we couldn't see each other again, even if I couldn't be by your side anymore, for I knew the two of you could live a normal and peaceful life, somewhere at least. Instead of running into any strange accident somewhere I couldn't see, or even right under my nose. So I wouldn't be left with just an accident. That's the story of me and Tatiana. Rosalind, I owe you and your mother too much. I, Arktosh, will never deny this.
I wonder how Arktosh is gonna feel once if he finds out what kind of stuff Rosalind went through. You know, like all that kind of stuff that she went through at school. He's gonna be like, gosh darn it. Either way, bad stuff happened. The warrior's weapon falls into the snow with a muffled sound. Arktos takes out his poleaxe and throws it at his daughter's feet. Under the sun, it reflects both faces of father and daughter on its blade like a mirror.
Resent me, blame me, I deserve it all. Berate me, or even strike me with this axe, I won't dodge. But then, can you give me another chance, Rosalind? I don't mean to make this difficult for you. I just want you to know I still love you both. I did then and always will. My feelings towards you and your mother never changed. So...
Just ouch. Yeah. Like, part of me thinks it is an excuse, but at the same time, he didn't want to give up his clan family either. Though if I was him, I'd probably just leave. I'd be like, family? You don't want to accept me and my wife and daughter? Well, screw you! And then I would just leave with them. Just because I'm a rebel. But Arcto, she seems like a filial son for the most part. So he's like, you know, I guess I'm gonna send them away then. I gotta be a good son. I gotta be a good leader.
If you're willing, Rosalind, could you call me father just once?
Call you father?
Rosalind.
Go to hell, in your dreams. Oh.
Rosalind?
So you talked yourself in circles for a whole day, just for that? Huh? Didn't want to make things difficult for me. You even threw down your rotten axe because you're so sure I wouldn't use it to cut you open, huh?
No, that's not what
I don't care what you meant. It sounds so neat convincing your family to let you marry, being forced to make us leave. Huh, you think I'm dumb? All I can think of hearing your story is how Mamushka dealt with it all. You left her all alone in a hostile environment for so many years, and she even raised a kid for you. She willingly put herself in danger, even with her life on the line, but you're telling me in the end all she could do was leave? Have you ever considered why she and Ursine had to endure being treated like that in your drag? My Mamushka loved to go on adventures. She loved to try new things. She liked to explore anywhere she could. She could never stay in one place for too long. She loved making friends, loved shopping, loved to eat all sorts of food. Could your drag from 20 years ago even satisfy any of that? Do you even care about any of those things at all? Why does it sound like you're the only character in your story, with nothing else? You said that she's passionate, that she's frank, and I couldn't tell you were talking about Tatiana, Yevna, Larina at all. You're happy as long as you have your wife and daughter by your side. I'm blown away that you actually had the guts to say that.
Tatiana. It was me. It was my...
It's too late for tears. Do you know what life in Ursus was like for us? Living peaceful lives somewhere. That's enough for you. Bullshit. Do you know just how many people were talking behind our backs when Mamushka was raising me on her own? You couldn't. I grew up without a papa. Do you know how popular fatherless kids are at school?
You're bullied? They dared?
Save it. No one dared bully me. But listen, it had nothing to do with you. It was thanks to my fists. Even General Zima helped me more than you ever did. Ever since I was small, I knew I had to rely on myself because I didn't have a papa. I knew I had to count on my fists to shut up those cowards who only knew how to use their mouths. Do you know how many fights I got into growing up? How could you even?
Rosalind,
You don't have to speak. It's pointless anyway. I just want to tell you, I don't care whether you were compelled by circumstance or trying to bear whatever your burdens you had. Since you were always missing from our lives for over a decade, there's no need for you to step up now. My papa failed to show up back when I still wanted one. And now I don't need one anymore. You're still hoping I'll forgive you? still hoping to use me as a bridge to reconnect with my Moshka and have her forgive you too. Dream on. I like how she's telling him off.
No, I wouldn't make such an unreasonable demand. But I just wanted to do something for you. No, hold on. Rosalind. What did you say? Have your mother forgive me? But isn't your mother dead?
You're cursing her too? Who told you she was dead, huh?
But didn't you say you brought her remains back here and you've been using past tense?
Right, remains. Remains? Eh? What? Hold up. Let me check. I mean, what was it? I brought back a token of hers. Man, the Chirag language is hard as hell. I know my pronunciation's a little off, and the tenses might be hard, but is it that bad? What's with this misunderstanding?
Tatiana is still alive. Is she doing well?
Super well. She just broke her leg in a fall right before a trip. That's why I'm here on my own. But what happened in Chernobog a few years ago? Humph. Forget it. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. I'll keep it short. I ran into some trouble a few years ago and Mamoshka ran straight to the catastrophe to find me. I was pretty lucky to get rescued by Rhodes Island, but she contracted erypathy.
How could that? So, where do you live now? Rhodes Island? Right. They can treat erypathy. So you're two staying with them now. Are they treating you well? I know the doctor there. Right. I'll get in contact right away.
Give me a break. You can possibly know the doctor better than I do. Whatever. We'll pick this back up later. Another word and I'll lose my temper again. What's important now is to find our way out of here. And it's no good to let that Victorian run around either, right? Actually, I came up with an idea that was going to tell you about it, but you interrupted me.
What? How do we get out?
Over there. You stand on that spot.
But Rosalind, that's just a cliff.
Huh? Of course I know that. Little stands behind the man, claiming to be your father. She raises her leg again and kicks him in the back without a shred of hesitation. You want a way to get down fast, right? Have fun! Arktos, completely unaware, only has a split second to look at her with a startled expression before his figure slips and falls down the cliff. Have fun!
Ah! Rosalind, careful, it's oof!
Damn, you're pretty loud. Stop yelling, you sound like I was going to end you. I took a look earlier and the short drop wouldn't do much with all that snow below. What's wrong with you, Chirags? Do you guys not do any snow jumping here? Ah, right. Hey, totally unhandsome beardy. Don't forget to settle your child support for the past decade or so. I'll send the bill to your clan later. Huh, that felt great. And now, I'd better tell the doctor and the rest what happened here, just to be safe. I was supposed to be a tourist here, though. What the hell am I doing? Oh, I got through. Doctor? Are you here yet? Yeah, I'm fine, but there's something I need to tell you. Doctor, am I coming on a vacation now? Do I finally get my chance to relax? I liked her lecture on her dad. That was satisfying. Especially with the end of her kicking him off that little cliff and being like, "You owe me child support," or "You owe mom child support. How dare you, dad? F you, father." And don't mind me, I'm just gonna check some stuff out real quick. I wanna see what I can farm. Because I wanna go grab like a little bite to eat, so I'm just gonna do this real quick. 6 might be too much. Actually, no, these fights are fast. I can probably do 6 easy. Yeah, it should be fast enough. And if it's not, I'll just end it before, like, right when I get back. Because there's some curry on the stove. If you're wondering what kind of curry, ground beef curry with potatoes and onions. I just want to take a bite of that real quick. And then I can finish the event for sure. Just a little snack, please. I'll be right back. I can't resist. Curry is good. Curry's always good. And I might as well eat it while it's fresh, and then eat some tomorrow too, because I like curry the day after too, and the next day.
血は残すな。
So BRB!
後片付けが面倒になる。
全員の行動力を奪う。それでいいだろう。
みんな、こっち来て。
いいだ。
無駄だ。
何時らの歩み、我が意向にかき消されたり。
こっち来て。今こそアーツユニット。
無駄だ。
火力で一気に制圧する。
これで静かになってくれる。距離を合わせて。頑張れ頑張れ。私ならできる。血は残すな。後片付けが面倒になる。
時間をかけるつもりはない。
本気で行くよ。
承知した。
お前の攻撃は想定の通りだ。
なし、己が存在を自らに問え。
みんな、こっち来て。止まります。ターゲットロック。
目を凝らせ。これこそがイベリアのデストレッツァ。
そいつらを逃がすな。
これで静かになってくれる。早く離れてください。お願いします。頑張れ頑張れ。私ならできる。
油断しないように気をつけろ。時間をかけるつもりはない。
みんな、こっち来て。
いいだ。
無駄だ。
汝は我が恩敵に勝って岩老物に過ぎぬ。
リンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。今こそターゲットロック。
動き回るんだ。そうすればお互い手間が省けるだろう。
そいつらを逃がすな。
私に出会ったのが運の尽きだ。距離を合わせて。
人外では戦場で誰も救えない。
全員の行動力を奪う。それでいいだろう。
リンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。
承知した。
お前の攻撃は想定の通りだ。
汝らが誇示し武勇、何人も語り継ぐことかなおう。
間には限りがあるんだ。これで静かになってて。距離を合わせて。Mission accomplished. 頑張れ頑張れ、私ならできる。敵が
全員の行動力を奪う。それでいいだろう。
リンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。
いい。
目を凝らせ。これこそがイベリアのデストレッツァ。
汝らが誇示し武勇、何人も語り継ぐことかなおう。
本気で行くよ。頑張ります。アーツユニット。
動き回るんだ。そうすればお互い手間が省けるだろう。
遺言の伝達。断る。距離を合わせて。Mission accomplished. みんな、くれぐれも安全にね。敵か。
時間をかけるつもりはない。
リンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。
いい。
動き回るんだ。そうすればお互い手間が省けるだろう。
なし、己が存在を自らに問え。
リンゴちゃん、今日もよろしくね。今こそターゲットロック。
無駄だ。
遺言の伝達。断る。早く離れてください。お願いします。Mission accomplished. 予測通りの戦いでした。完璧です。
Oh, yay, we did the thing in time. I'm back. I feel kind of tricked though. The curry was good, but at the same time, I didn't know there was gonna be green peas in it. I will eat green peas. I don't like them that much for some reason. Like, I feel like I should like them, but at the same time, I'm just like, me. I don't know why. They don't taste that good to me. Yet foods that I enjoy tend to have them, which makes me upset. I'll eat them, but I won't be happy about it, but I'll eat them. I made myself a nice bowl of curry. I feel good. And now to continue the event. Control malfunction. Oh, that doesn't sound good. A control malfunction? And no fear. How bad can this malfunction be? Yeah, it'll be fine. Completely fine. Maybe? Hey maid, everyone else about has already scampered off. Or scampered off. Why are you still here? Shouldn't you have left as well, Madam Sirius? Do I really have to, just because you tell me to? The statue is the fruit of everyone's labors. If anything happened to it, how could I break the bad news to them? Is it the fruits of everyone's labors, or Enceotus's? No wonder I saw the Saintess hold you back just now. Think I saw her tell you something too. You hardly sound surprised. I'm not an idiot. She looked completely blindsided. But how could she possibly be? It's just that, looking at it from her perspective, the best position she can be in is knowing a little bit, but not too much. And so she sent you to go the last mile for her, huh? Well, what is it then? Of the people currently drawing close, one is Zegenbreaker, the other is a Trilby Asher from Victoria. A Trilby Asher? He couldn't. No, he wouldn't go that far. Did the Saint just ask you to stay just so you could warn me about this? Let's go with that. Allow me to look at the statue in your stead. Yes, I'm just gonna look at the statue. I'm not gonna edit it at all. Like, not like they notice, right?
This ends here. Urk. Sure enough, you're the Black Knight. I would not underestimate you. But that is precisely why you should realize that you cannot beat me, or best me.
Oh.
I like the confidence, but my patience runs thin. The way you scurry and flit about has already started to bore me. My apologies, madam. I have been derelict of my duty if you'd feel that way. However, if I may speak freely, Madam Dagenbreaker, I feel no murderous intent in your swings. You were invincible during your days in the Kashmirish, the Black Knight, that struck terror into the opponents with her mighty blade, but now you're reduced to using these edgeless toys. Ugh. These edgeless toys will be enough for the likes of you. I only ever use that Lithanian greatsword in competitions. The sponsors demanded it. The greatsword-wielding Lithanian warrior. The artless freak. Call me what you will, it matters not. But it's time to cut the stands short. You seem to have forgotten something. The reason why I started using these Dagenbreakers in the first place. Wait, what? Urgh!
The frosty bite of her blow stops his words before they can leave his mouth. The frigid winds of Chirag stab him, and the unfeeling mountain snows crush him, and the ice-cold Dagenbreakers slam into him with the force of a glacier. There is no resisting such an attack.
Gah! This is but a warning. There are many who wish to cause trouble for Enceotus, and if I could crush them all dead, there would be a lot less trouble for me. But fortunately, there are some people who are much more useful alive than dead. You, for example. I see.
I'd want Trilby to find nothing at the end and be like, gosh darn it, I was led on a wild goose chase.
I thank you for your mercy, Madam Dagenbreaker. These weapons, I use them for a very simple reason. They have no edge, so it's much easier for me to keep men like you alive. If I were to use a little more force with these blunt weapons, most would become nothing more than mincemeat. That's how it's always been from the very start. Among those who step up to fight me, many would be easily crushed. It doesn't matter if you are a caster of Lithanian or Knight of Kashmirish. In the end, you are the same. Faith, ideals, grit and perseverance, and determination. They all fall before sheer brute force. It's hilarious.
Yes, I love brute force, ma'am. I believe in you and the power of brute force.
Being broken too easily is its own complication.
The woman who took her weapon's name looked down disdainfully upon the Victorian before her. He had been by no means an easy foe to handle, so it was up to her and only her to face him. But even so, it has not been particularly difficult to defeat him. The road from being a destitute, artless nobody to becoming a Black Knight, 3-time consecutive champion, was not an easy one to walk. Compared to that, anything that came after was only a trifle.
Ha! By your standards as a Black Knight, the natural-born warrior, there can't be men who aren't considered fragile. Hardly. If you had been even the slightest bit more serious, I would have had to put in a bit of effort. I mean, a lot more effort. Unfortunately for me, as an intelligence officer, it is not a battle where I have to get serious.
And now he runs. Wow, they've already climbed up all the scaffolding. These trilby ashers are skilled indeed. There was not a person in all of Shirag who could scarper from the mountains to this island while getting hunted by Dagonbreaker. Could there be many such people in Victoria? Truly, there are terrors all about these lands. Indeed, there are terrors all about these lands, and we must cope with them in our own way every day. I have half a mind to find a replacement for myself as a saintess. Oh, perish the thought. Wasn't it you who sought to be a saintess in the first place? You truly do resemble your brother in that regard. You both love giving yourselves the things to do. I am nothing like him. Oh, yes, alright. He's very much like you then. Is that better? Char? Yes? Do you still remember our agreement? Which one? There was no time for jokes, Char. Yes, of course I remember. Chirgander need only watch over her people, nothing more. Yes. At the time, I had already begun doing some things under the table. If we depended on her even for this matter, then whether it was him or me, our ideals would be but empty words and bluster. It is not quite so easy being a bystander, you know. I ask her only to be patient for a little while longer. Alright then, although I'm not sure if she can even hear our little agreement. Anyway, I just came to see if we could change the statue a bit is all. I can't believe you still haven't given up on that yet. This is one matter that I'm absolutely not giving up on. Just a little bit of editing to the statue, it'll be fine.
Oh,
Wow, I think the statue might be a little bit slanted after Dagonbreaker's kick just now. The trilby asher isn't half bad either. Him grabbing the statue's finger to adjust the balance of his body sure was a surprise. That there's the real deal. I want to see their chase animated. I bet it's hilarious. Do you think they could help me thin out the face a bit? I was far too naive from the start, thinking that it didn't matter what I looked like on the outside. Maybe not really care much about my appearance. After many interactions with the others, my aesthetic senses change alongside the people. And so we end up with the look I have today. But those drawings in those ancient tomes persisted all the while. I should have taken those books away from the Edelweiss clans when they were out of the house. Who expected them to suddenly decide to build a statue of Chirgander anyway? Those two sure climbed up to the top of the statue real quick. Oh, that's right. Shave the cheek on that side down a little bit more. Damn it, don't shave down all the sides of her hair too. I quite like those. From this angle it doesn't look half bad though, does it? Where was I? Right, after getting to know Enya, I started to look after my appearance more. I would always go with her when she would sneak out for walks, recommending me various cute ornaments and trinkets. After who knows how long, I started to like those things myself. Maybe we can replace that lock of hair that got shaved away with a big piece of jewelry. I should write that down somewhere. How are they editing the statue? Ah, look at them. Must be tough being a Trilby Asher. Looks like he was about to jump down from the top of the head himself, but then Dagonbreaker sent him flying with a mean kick. Poor guy. He's fine. Now that I think about it, those other fellows that Dagonbreaker fought, I wonder if they felt the same way as Trilby Asher had. Trilby Asher. Knowing that you are not truly a match, but with no other option but to struggle for your life, unsure if you'll have the opportunity to get out in one piece? Until finally you realize that there really is no such opportunity.
no. Those with more mercenary motivations for battle are much weaker than him. Are you satisfied?
Yes?
You seemed to be quite pleased while you were watching us give the statue a light trim. Is it to your liking now?
It's not bad, I'd say.
Good.
Where are you going?
Despite the fall, he is not the type to die so easily. He'll be back up soon enough. I'll resume keeping an eye on him.
You're certain he won't best you next time? He was no match for you during that fight earlier, but I fear that if he had truly put his heart to it, he would have proven the victor quite easily. Moreover, there's hardly a guarantee that he's not bait, correct?
I will leave that sort of thinking up to Enceotis.
Enceotis cannot be here at the moment. Surely you know that better than me. Allow me to take the lead.
You?
Or to be more precise, allow the Saintess. Char buzzes the communications terminal on her hand. Did you get all that, Saintess? Allow me to take the lead. You did well, Dagonbreaker.
My pleasure.
Will we be coming to the bonfire banquet tonight?
I'm afraid not. I'm not fond of busy parties.
What a shame.
What did you have in mind?
I would like you to watch over a foreign envoy. I believe diplomacy will prove more effective than force this time.
He might not actually be a foreign envoy.
He might very well be.
Alright, I'm in your hands, Saintess.
Better safe than sorry, right? You know the exit's in the other direction, right?
I know.
But she's just cool like that.
Phew, he should be able to pull through, right? Alright, stop rubbernecking. Clear the way. Let's think of a way to get him out of the hole first. Based on his clothes, he looks like some kind of foreigner. I don't think even we could handle water that cold. Hey, mind if I ask what's going on here? Some poor fellow just flew over here from the island in the middle of the lake. Smashed a hole right through the ice. What? Shh. Alright, coming through. Make way. Excuse me, thank you.
Harold to the rescue. He's like, gosh darn it, I know that guy. Harold squeezes his way through the crowd, and the moment he sees what all the fuss is about, he cannot help but laugh. A perfect circle has been punched through the frozen surface of the lake, and in the center of the circle floats a corpse. Hence, so it fell to him to come to the rescue.
This water. Brr, these old bones ain't spry enough to handle that. Excuse me, anyone got some kind of stick or the other on hand? He's a friend of mine, and I'm here to get him out of there. Nothing over here. Maybe you could head over to the nearby finning village. Ask someone there if you can borrow a finning pole. No need. I've got something that can help. Nice, thanks. Rosalind?
Hey, Dadushka. Fancy meeting you here. I'll lend you my weapon. Let's get that guy out of there.
Cheers. We'll help too.
Ah, now they're willing. Using Rosalind's weapon, the people work together to dredge the corpse up and out of the hole. Looks like he still hasn't kicked the bucket.
I probably shouldn't be saying this, but if he really had died, I would have had a whole lot of beast shite in my hands. Thankfully, the one who did this had the same idea, so they held back a bit. Let's get this fellow somewhere warm for now.
Yep. Yeah, he's fine.
Ho, shopkeep. Allow us to borrow your fireplace for a spell. Sure.
Isn't that John? He shouldn't be up the mountains. He should be up the mountain. How did he get his ass kicked down here?
Up the mountain? You've met him before?
Yep. I met him up there.
And then what?
No, nothing. It'd be a pain to explain. What about you,
Ha ha! I'm just here to clap at the Chiragander statue unveiling ceremony tomorrow as a Victorian delegate. After that, I guess I'll be heading back home straight away. If I manage to land one last opportunity before I go, I'd like to walk about and buy some souvenirs for the wife and kid back home.
Sounds like you've got a lot of free time in your hands, Adushka.
When you're young, you feel like you have 1,001 different things that you need to get done. But when you get around to my age, you'll learn that some free time never did any harm. Ah, the dead rise. Blurg!
How's it hanging, John?
Madame Lorena and Lord Viscount? Good. I was just about to have a chat with my dearly departed grandfather.
The hell happened to you anyway?
It's a bit of a long story. Are you getting along with your father?
Alright enough, I guess.
Father? Did I miss something?
It's a bit of a long story.
Seriously, what happened, John? You managed to become chummier with Rosalind than me, right under my nose.
Finally found you.
Saintess? The Saintess?
Pramanix? Leto, you're here too, perfect. Me? Lord Viscount, I hope you remember tonight's bonfire banquet by the lakeside. The one that will serve as a warm-up before tomorrow's ceremony. I'd heard that you've been having your fill of scenic tours around Chirag lately. And I fear that you've forgotten, which is why I decided to give you this little reminder.
Of course I remember. Worry not, for I shall definitely be there.
Will you be coming too, Leto? To the bonfire banquet? Sure, I'll come. And I believe this Trilby Asher's a friend of yours?
Yes, quite.
As a friend of the Lord Viscount, naturally, you two are guests of Chirag. I hope that you will do me the honor of attending our humble banquet.
Whatever reason could I have to refuse an invitation from the Saintess herself?
Wow, look at you being so lucky, Trilby Asher. Getting invited by the Saintess herself. Very well, it's settled then. Dang, so lucky. Back-to-back parties. First at Harold's place, and now over here. They're just partying a lot. Respect. That's fun. And let's see, how do I want to do this? Okay, I know how I want to do this. I got this, no worries. Okay, this way. And then... oh wait, she's frozen. Unfreeze yourself, please. Okay, and then this way. Let that guy take that path, it's fine. But I will have her do that. Because why not? I should bring out a healer, you know that'd be smart.
No, I did not bring out a healer in time. Smart, but not smart enough.
Actually, it's okay. Kind of, sort of, not really, but it's okay. This be fine indeed. Yeah, we got this. Okay, over here. More heat.
Even more heat.
Actually, no, not heat yet. That could be too much heat. Just kidding, there's not too much heat. More heat. Go get him. Go get the beasties. This be fine. Just gonna do this. Actually, wait for them to come closer, and then I can do that. Hurry up, sirs. Actually, I feel like I can use that now. Why not? Now go get him. You, sir. Get out of here. Yep, all good.
do you plan on sitting there? He already knows of this place. He will turn up sooner or later.
And what will you do once he turns up?
Kill him.
Murdering a foreign dignitary is a serious crime, you know.
We shall see.
Why do you go so far for Chirag's sake, when you're not from Chirag yourself?
Is it still considered for Chirag's sake if it's Entheotis' ambition?
Who can deny that up until now, despite him having his own lofty goals, that there is a part of them that is still for Chirag's sake?
That sort of praise is probably what he would least like to hear.
You still haven't answered my question, you know?
When Entheotis once mentioned to me that perhaps Chiragander truly existed, I thought to myself that maybe one day I could fight those so-called gods with my own two hands. Now I see that was simply wishful thinking.
And why is that?
Entheotis has already dropped that particular plan for one.
If he had stuck to it, do you think you could force down a goddess who just might really exist?
Perhaps. Here, I can only find that sort of excitement during avalanches. If I ever had the opportunity, I would definitely give it a try.
Do you think you'll win?
No. I've stood against the avalanche, but I have never once triumphed.
I understand. You are simply in it for the challenge. And you consider the matters that are happening in this land to be suitable for that purpose.
It is hardly as lofty as you think. This is just who I have grown to be, nothing more.
Very well said. I like how Dagenbreaker's like, I want to fight a god. That sounds fun. I do want to see how their fight would go. You may head back now, Dagenbreaker. True. Yeah, Dragon Bro would probably like fighting her if anything. You will not find your battlefield here.
Is that what the Saintess wills? Then forgive me for being unable to comply. I will decide my own battlefield.
And what if I said that was what Chiragander wills?
I will then wonder, why are you the one conveying Charagander's will?
I am the Saintess's maid, after all.
So what you're saying is that the will of the Saintess is the will of Chiragander?
Rather that Chiragander supports the great Saintess's opinion in that matter. At least that is my guess.
Humph.
Dagenbreaker probably knows who Char is.
The Black Knight is no fool. Rather than searching for me all over for me, she will instead be watching over here. She knows that I will return, and return I must. Huh. If only I could return home alive.
Chobiash, you're basically a cockroach. You don't return alive. You're just gonna get bonked again.
If I'd only guessed this place would be the center of my worries. No. How could I have guessed? How could anyone have thought that Entheotis had the brass courage to use an entire nation's faith as a pretense for his own schemes? He truly is someone that the Duke was wise to invest in. And that Saintess, is she really not aware of a single matter going on behind the scenes?
Or do you truly know what's going on, sir?
And Dagenbreaker? She couldn't possibly be quite so single-minded as to have missed the forest for the tree.
It's the rock.
This is a rock?
Why have you come, traveler from afar?
I am but a man of steadfast faith, here to admire her visage.
She tires and wishes to rest for today. Come back tomorrow.
I had heard that the Chiragander welcomes believers from afar. Do you mean to say that this is no longer the case?
The pious need not prove themselves, while the insincere need not waste their words. You are not to take a step further today, says she.
And if I insist... What?
Well, time to get beaten up by a rock. Or never mind, he got teleported. The Trilby Asher looks all about him. The main path by Lake Silbernerze is bustling with activity most days, and today is no exception, which is why it causes no small amount of turned heads when he suddenly appears out of nowhere. Suddenly, he smacked himself in the face hard.
Hey, when did that guy pop up here?
Look, he's stabbing himself for some reason.
Think he's some kind of lunatic?
The truly Asher takes no note of the people around him, simply turning his body in the direction of the statue of Tergander. In imitation of those devout followers, he performs a quick gesture of prayer. They're like, wow, look at this weirdo. Ooh, hello, hello, welcome, welcome. Thank you for the raid. I hope your stream went by well.
Tergander's blessings be upon you.
This was the first time he had done such an act since stepping onto this land. In doing so, he turns to leave without a moment's hesitation. He has not yet noticed that, from not too far away, there was a pair of eyes watching his every move. Ooh, who could be watching him? It is she! Dagenbreaker isn't a very talkative woman, so she probably wouldn't tell any about this, would she? I don't think I went too far either, did I? I said this before, but staying a spectator is harder than it looks. And no one would believe Trilby Asher anyways, even if he said anything. How am I? Pretty good. I am on my way to finishing the event tonight because I am stubborn and I want to do it. She sighs once more, then turns, looking every bit like a woman grumbling about the troublesome request of her younger sister, before blending into the throng of people like she never was there. Good job, Char, making your way out of there.
Stop right there! Ah, hello, Captain. Who are you? Well, it's like this, you see. There's going to be a banquet held by the Lake Sobernerze tonight, right? I'm here to deliver the wine.
Vintner? Are you Trilby?
Wine? I had heard the news about that earlier. Come with me. I'll need to verify this. Alright, sure. Stand over here. Don't move. Put him down. Alright. Boys, I'm just trying to drop off some drinks. Do we really need to do this whole song and dance? These are special circumstances. I appreciate your cooperation. If you really are who you are, we will offer our deepest apologies later. Ah, I'm afraid that you two won't be having the chance to do that. What?
The vintner presses down on a device hanging from his waist, and the security cameras in the room began to rotate wildly as if possessed.
There's an end. Nice try. Gah!
After the two Tashigata fall over, the vintner swiftly begins to operate the terminal. As he meddles with the terminal, the cameras in the corners of the room briefly halt before returning to their normal activity.
From my early investigations, I knew that Chirag managed to get a previous gen OS, but it's got two fatal flaws. I recommend you upgrade to the latest generation when you can. Naturally, if Chirag were to become a part of Victoria, we provide one free of charge.
The vintner breathes a sigh of relief, but then immediately doubles over.
Oof, looks like my wounds are about to reopen. The destructive powers of the Black Knight is no joke. But she can hardly be everywhere all at once. As for Tergander, I'll worry about that later. At least she didn't prevent me from finding this place.
He stands up again, ambling towards the nearby barrel of wine. The barrel is heavy, but he draws close, and it's immediately obvious that there is a distinct lack of scent in the wine in the air.
Ha ha!
What was stored inside the barrel was not wine, but metal.
I investigated this amount of metal Chirag was procuring, and at the time nobody had any issues with the numbers. But if, say, the metal that was being used in the construction of the statue was not all put towards that purpose, where then did all that remaining metal go? And where is this metal in the barrel slate to go next? Ha ha! I said that while the Black Knight is fearsome, she's not so strong as to cut through steel like butter, and I was right.
He turns back to operate the terminal once more. As his fingers unceasingly type away at the keyboard, various charts and diagrams continuously pop up on the screen above him. After a long while, he finally stands up.
Anyway, there's still a few hours to go to the banquet. So allow me to give a quick inspection, Antiotus. Are you really so much of a fool that you dare stand against Victoria?
For the final boss, it's either gonna be Trilby Ash or Harold. Just because Harold's funny like that. Or nah. The true final boss is clearly gonna be The Rock.
So let me get this straight. You saw your father, and then you gave him a kick.
Yep, felt real good. I wasn't that angry to begin with, but once I saw that he looked like what I assumed my papa would look like, I had the sudden urge to give him a real big kick.
Haha, atta girl. Speaking of which, I had the pleasure of meeting Patriarch Artosh once when I had just arrived at Chirag, but I'd never seen him since. If I remembered how he had looked, I wouldn't have had to wander around willy-nilly to find him.
Hey, are you trying to say that I actually do look a lot like him?
Well, now that I think about it more, thanks to that beard of his, even if I had been drinking with him yesterday, I don't think it would have been that easy to notice.
I told him already, that bearded look just isn't in these days.
What if he shaved it off? Oh, nothing. Don't mind me.
Hey, look over there. That's a whole lot of burden beasts.
Oh, the villagers from nearby are here too. I'm thinking that this will be a mighty fine night.
There's a burden beast bumping its head against you.
Oh, if it isn't my lovely Lily. Haha, that girl ran over from the moment she spotted you. Good girl, good girl.
Hey, Dadushka. This is the Lily you're talking about?
Indeed, she was the first burden beast I met when I arrived in Chirag. And she had become, dare I say, my dearest friend ever since I arrived. Oh, aren't you a little cutie pie?
Refrain. Ooh, can I pet her?
But of course, Lily's an affectionate girl.
Affectionate humming.
I think she likes you. Haha, Rosalind, it seems you really do have Chirag blood in you.
Whoa, she's licking me.
Do you want to ride her?
Can I?
It should be alright, right, Leonis? Ha, it's alright, kid.
Alright, help me up a bit, Dadushka.
Okay, grab onto my hand and then... 1, 2, 3.
Excited rumbling. Wow, Lily's real steady. I think I'll go on a show with her.
Go on ahead now. Heh, she sure is a lively little kid now, isn't she? You don't need to tell me, my daughter was the same at her age. Here, for you. This is some of our best cheese. Just finished ripening today. I remember that you were going back home pretty soon, so I whipped up this block just for you. I'd hoped I would see you tonight, so I brought it along just in case.
Aw, he got special cheese. Look at him getting a good souvenir.
I appreciate the gesture, but are you sure that it's alright? Doesn't your family need this cheese to sell? Oh, think nothing of it. You've helped my family and our burden beast plenty. I'd say that I owe you for medical expenses. So here, consider this cheese your veterinary fee. Haha, alright if you insist. Couldn't ask for a better parting gift if you ask me. Truth be told, when you first showed up, we were pretty wary of you. But after a whole month with you, I feel like we're the best of friends. So I'm not going to get too mushy with you. Just remember that the next time you're in Chirag, we'll always have a space at the table for you at my farm.
Aw.
I will. I really will.
Leon. Are you acquainted with the Lord Viscount as well?
Ah, Saintus. Yes, Harold here has become a right celebrity here in our little village.
I see. I hope that you and your burden beasts continue to enjoy yourselves.
Oh please, getting to meet the Saintess is plenty of joy for me already. This banquet sure is festive, Holy Saintess.
Indeed. Though there will be plenty of pomp and circumstance at the ceremony tomorrow, the populace at large will only be able to watch it via the news cameras, which is why I arranged for this banquet to allow all of Chirag to enjoy the holiday cheer.
You truly are a great Saintess.
May I ask where the Trilby Asher might be?
He's a bit of a somber fellow, not a great lover of festivities. I would hardly say that, my lord. Well, it's true that I'm not a fan of festive crowds. but it's hardly anything to do with my personality. I'm afraid that I was observing Chirag's magnificent scenery and lost track of time. Do forgive me, Holy Saintess.
I'm glad to hear that you appreciate Chirag's natural beauty. I hope that you enjoyed tonight's banquet just as much.
Indeed I will. Ah, that's right, Harold. I have some wine here. Does your friend here drink? Come, let's have a cup of tea together.
The Trilby Asher surreptitiously shares a hand signal with Harold. It is a military hand signal indicating withdrawal.
Terribly sorry, Leons. I'm afraid the drink will have to wait.
Aw. Hi, bitch brain. I'm back to Dushka. Huh? Where'd he go?
He got pulled away by his friend in the black.
John? No way. Freaking John ruining the party.
I do hope that you managed to enjoy yourself at tonight's banquet, my lord. I sure was up until you called me away. Good, because I do not think you will enjoy this next step. Out with it. There's a secret underneath the Chiragander statue at the heart of Lake Sober Nereze. Soldiers really hate the word secret, Mr. John Smith. Isn't this your lot's job to figure out these sorts of things rather than ours? Unfortunately, I have no way of solving this particular issue myself. Not words I expected to hear out of a Trilby Asher. I run into a few obstructions. Wait, am I hearing you right? You failed? No. Though I'm unable to ascertain what exactly is down there, the very fact that I am encountering resistance is proof that I am on the right track.
The Trilby Asher takes a stack of loose papers from the inner recesses of his coat. Within that stack are photographs, assorted documents, and some handwritten notes. Harold takes a few to look at himself, and immediately the smile on his face freezes.
Goods loaded onto the wine transport carriages. The true flow of the Oriron supply chain. Transport route itineraries. All this intelligence points towards a single fact. Under the island at the heart of the lake lies Enceotis' secret. No, not just this. Not just his, but the greatest secret of the entire nation.
Watch there be nothing there. It's gonna be a surprise party. Nah, it's gonna be like the after party for the great unveiling of the statue.
She's gone. I know. Allowing the daughter of a Chirag politician to hear that was not good. I'm a soldier. I only care about real battles. This is something that you intelligence agents should be handling. She barely even knows whose daughter she is. What can she possibly do? If this makes her recognize what is brewing in this nation and make her cut her visit early, this is not necessarily a bad thing. She is, in the end, merely a citizen of Ursus. I am not one to make an enemy of that empire. Perhaps I misjudged you during our earlier meetups, my good Trilby Asher. You and me both, my lord. Perhaps it is a good thing that people like you and I are wary of one another. Some real words of wisdom you've got there. My next words might not be those words of wisdom you so adore. You cannot go home empty-handed, my lord. I know. I hope you truly understand that this is the price Enceotis must pay for her grace. Pay her grace. He has crossed the line. Is that what you tell yourself to make it feel better? You're far better at this sort of thing than I am. Oh, great hero.
It'll be fine. There's been just misunderstandings throughout this whole event. It's all gonna be a giant misunderstanding too. The banquet continues. People gathered around the bonfire singing merry tunes and dancing, welcoming the arrival of tomorrow. In their minds, tomorrow will certainly be a bright, jubilant, festive day, one that would compel anyone to break out into ecstatic dance and vibrant song. I'm probably the only one in the room who doesn't feel that way, thought Harold. He suddenly feels a little chilly. The last time he felt such a chill was the very first time he set foot on this land. He felt like what he really needed was a bottle of wine, perhaps a whole barrel.
Harold, I've been waiting ages for you, hick. If you were any later, I would have had finished this entire bottle myself. Ha ha, look at me. Do I look the sort of person who misses out on a fine drink? Come, tonight, we drink till we drop.
Look, Harold, your answers have been. I mean, your wishes have been answered. He's like, I could use a good drink, and now he gets another drink. He's forgotten some of the finer details of what he did that night. Perhaps he danced a merry jig from his hometown by the bonfire, or perhaps he grabbed some unlucky fellow to sing some folk songs in Chirag with. Ah, that's right. He seemed to have spent a good amount of time discussing the finer points of Chirag veterinary techniques with a guardrail. With a guardrail, of course. How did he get to this point? Alas, nobody knows. At the very least, he remembered the way back to his bed. However, the distance between the banquet and the barracks is no short stroll. First, he had to follow along the lakeside path until it joined with the main street at the center of town. Along the road, he would run into many elderly folk taking a post-meal walk and see children playing atop the ice. From here, he could see the distant statue of Chiragander, and all along the road, there were viewing stations set up just for gazing upon it. They were bustling places filled with people at all times. Some prayed towards Chiragander, while others took selfies. There are times when two diametrically opposed ways of life will clash, but most times they will coexist in some sort of harmony. Such was the way of many things in this land. Continuing on, he passed through the main street, which got busier by the day. He distinctly remembered nothing that some of the stores that were there when he first arrived in Chirag had changed ownership. In a small alley close to the center of the road, there was a latest restaurant that he'd fallen in love with. This restaurant had managed to melt together the flavors of Victoria and Chirag together into their dishes, and suffice to say that he was a big fan. I want to go there. The restaurant was run by a young couple, the wife a Chirag native who had learned the culinary arts in Victoria, meeting her spouse in the process. The two of them started a family, returning to Chirag to set up their restaurant, hoping that they'll be able to have a better life in this flourishing land. After the alley, he had to cross the highway still under construction, then a patch of woods before arriving at the hillside where he could look out over the whole land, where the roaring fireplace awaited him. At the moment, when he stepped over the edge of the road onto the soft soil, he became quite aware of just how much further this nation had to go to be considered well-developed. But walking through the tranquil woods immediately put a stop to that line of thinking. Though he often jabbers away with other old men whenever they meet, lately he finds himself thinking back to the time of his youth. The golden wheat fields rustling in the evening breeze, his younger self running about within as though he were without a care in the world. Yes, without a single care in the world. As he walked across the icy ground, he found himself cloaked in snowy silence. One thought came to the forefront of his mind. He was no longer young. It's okay, Harold. You're still cool, even old.
Phew, you reek of booze. Boss, if you're going out to get roaring drunk, can't you at least bring some back for your boys? Boss, look here. These damn Bird and Beast blind boxes, we've got 3 full sets now except for the mystery variant. This has got to be some kind of scam by Carlin Trade.
Oh, rate up is a lie, my dude. That sucks. Yo, he is actually no, he is me trying to get a signed Viceroy's card. Like, gosh darn it, look at me opening all these boxes. I still don't get the one that I want. I can't get my chase. He pulls out a remote control from the deepest recesses of his room, constantly flicking through the various slides on a projector. Every single one has information regarding Chirag, possible marching routes, the locations of military bases, the distribution of sentry posts, investigations into the Tashigata. Within a week of him arriving in Chirag, all this intelligence was already neatly organized before him, and yet again and again he forced himself to stop thinking about these matters. To the point he had managed to memorize most of it. He throws aside the remote control and grabs a collapsible chair close at hand, throwing himself deep into its embrace as he closes his eyes. Rather than looking at maps and military sand tables, he prefers listening to the subtle sounds of snow falling on branches, making them rustle and creak under its weight. It reminds him of the sounds of waves of wheat, rustling under the moonlit breeze.
Boss, what's the matter? Don't mind him, he's probably just drunk off his gourd. Let's get back to what we were talking about just now. I heard that the Lithuanians want to build a new city, mostly to get foreign trade going. Check out these preferential policies. The calculated returns for investments are unreal.
But reality never goes the way he wishes it to. Just like how his father always yelled at him to get out of the wheat field and to continue his training at home. Just like when his pipe stem loses a piece without him knowing. Just like how his lost leg would never return.
Huh.
The hubbub of the barracks fades away as his men all look towards him. His men, his lads, his soldiers.
Everyone, change to live ammunition, then be on standby. At the break of dawn tomorrow, we begin our operation. Our target is the statue of Tergander.
His voice is somewhat hoarse. The rustling of wheat in the wind has stopped. He is preparing himself to be the final boss. It's just gonna be a gentle bunk. Yeah, poor Harold. You gotta do it for the boss, though. Oh, that's a lot of entries, but only one exit. Not bad, actually. No fear. I got this. This be fine. Man. Yeah, unfortunately, his family's probably being held captive, if anything. Or not really held captive, more like, Harold, if you don't do what you're supposed to do, we can put a hit on your daughter and wife. I know you love them, Harold.
They say that the Lake Sobernerze is most beautiful during winter. Winter seals the lake in a case of ice, and from afar it looks for all the world like a great gemstone, revealing a most breathtaking beauty in the brilliant sunlight. But if you were to observe from up close, perhaps you would be able to appreciate its beauty even further. There is no gem so flawless, yet so adamant. Beneath the ice, its waters just flow. Since when did you decide to take up poetry? According to the directives of the Vine Bear Court, we will follow behind the Saintess, walking from the ice to bestow the feet of the statue of Tergander. To below. That is hardly what I would call a short stroll, and all sorts of mishaps could befall us while we walk. Rosis, are you worried that the ice beneath your feet might shatter? How very unlike you. You know that's not what I'm talking about. How many of the guests of ours who are here to attend will be watching us with keen eyes? Your plans for defensive maneuvers still lack accurate information, Theotis. We're not in what I would call a favorable position. Allowing the Chobiasher to approach the statue of Tergander yesterday was my mistake. If we have need of it, I can go and settle things with him right now. If our quarry is already sensed Autumnus, then actually now it would already be too late. This terrible habit of yours of neglecting the bigger picture when you take action, forget it. You and Enciotis are pretty much the same. I'm not asking either of you to change your ways. All I ask is that next time, please go to the trouble of restraining yourselves just for a little bit. You'll save me from having to rack my brain to find ways to clean up for your messes. Duly noted, Gnosis. What do you think, Enciotis? I've not the strength to casually cut apart a giant statue tens of meters high. Indeed. You merely invite the doctor over, who then proceeded to nearly ruin our plans is all.
What do you mean? The doctor nearly ruined the plans? I'm just here on vacation.
Huh. I've no desire to listen to the two of you jibe and snipe at each other while you're with your nonsense. Now, about the Tashigata responsible for keeping order. They'll be posted to the island ahead of time. As for who's in charge of the reception for the Victorians, there are several merchants who will take care of the matter. Gnosis, you're far too tense. We've already completed all the preparations we can do. All we can do now is wait. And wait we shall. Spring is just around the corner.
Just let him cook, Gnosis, let him cook.
I still remember the Saintess descended from atop Mount Carlon 3 years ago. That day, Tergander sent us her blessings, and even that Enciotis couldn't help but kneel. I do not know if we will ever see such miracles happen again these days.
Seems like seeing the sights of today has hooked up your memories. Oh, my friend. But Arktos, don't you think you've been wallowing in these memories too often these past few years?
Rather than putting your efforts into sarcasm, Ratatos, you should care more about today's ceremony. I felt that something was off ever since I woke up this morning. Don't you think Chirgander's statue looks a little bit different compared to yesterday?
No, it looks completely the same. What are you talking about?
You Browntails were in charge of managing construction, so you better think up a real good explanation for the Saintess.
Heh, no need to worry about that.
Hey Arktos, why does your face look like that? Did the Trilby Asher rough you up or something? Well, it's like you said. No need to worry about that. Gah! The girl's real feisty, just like Tatiana, just like me.
Thanks to his daughter beating him up. Just him.
Not bad.
I feel like Harold can probably turn this around. Or else I feel bad for him. I'd also feel bad for that one soldier who likes that one village girl.
Patriarch, matriarch, everyone is present. Good. Let the people below know that they can head to their designated positions and wait for now. The Saintess will arrive soon. If anyone dares to tarnish the Browntail name at this critical moment, I won't be showing any mercy. Understood, matriarch. Wait a moment, Yucatan. Why is it just you? Where's your wife? It's almost time already. Why is she not here? Russ told me this morning that she had a few things to do. She wants to prepare a pleasant surprise for you, matriarch. I'm not sure if I should look forward to a pleasant surprise from her. What could possibly be more important than today's ceremony? Can't she pick a better time to give me a headache? I'll send her a message right away. Don't worry, matriarch. Russ is very clear on what she should be prioritizing. I should have figured that you'd be on your wife's side. Alright. She's no longer a girl. Guess I'll just have to wait and see what this pleasant surprise of hers is. Anyway, if she's off doing things, why didn't she bring you along? Russ already has someone helping her out.
Everyone, the time has come. The Saintess arrives. Please, lend me your ears. It has been 3 years since the Vinebear Court has recognized those foreigners who wish to devote themselves to Chiragander. Chirag today is capable of incredible growth and development. But the growth rests on the shoulders of the good folk here today, alongside the toil and devotion of all of Chirag's people. I believe that you all have seen the change that has come to Chirag these past few years with your own eyes. Chiragander has given her people, her children, challenge, and we've already given her our answer. Yet these past 3 years are merely the beginning. In the coming days, we will meet with more complex situations than ever before, and Chirag will see its fair share of trials and tribulations. However, I hope that we all believe that Chiragander will not abandon this land of Chirag, and neither will she abandon the lives of those who live upon it, for she so loves her people. This great statue of Chiragander will be the main symbol of Chirag to the outside world. At the same time, it will become a vessel for all the love her faith will show to her. Hereafter, one need not climb up Mount Carlon to make one's devotions to her. You need only but face towards her during your prayers. It is my wish that the faith you have in her is not constrained by the trappings of ceremony. I believe that true faith has taken root in the hearts of all of Chirag's people. Now I ask of you to walk with me. Walk with me under the gaze of Chiragander towards the foot of her holy statue. We will pray for her to bestow her blessings upon Chirag. By Chiragander. By Chiragander. By Chiragander. The many voices by the lake that crowd Chiragander's name blend and merge together. The Saintess stands up at the head of the crowd and takes the first step onto the ice. The frozen lake Silbernerze shines like a flawless gem when looked upon from afar. But only once you stand on top of it, you will see that this gem is covered in chips and cracks. The ice is covered in cracks, wending and weaving to the surface. The endlessly churning waters beneath the ice surging about together. Under the dawn light, it is as if the soul of the lake itself was wandering about in eternal cycle. In the eyes of the people of Chirag, such a sight was so beautiful as to be breathtaking. Chiragander's Saintess steps across the cracks that seem like they were carved by the biting winds, as if walking a path past a millennium's worth of Chirag's bitterly cold hardships, as if walking past its endless winter days. Because now, spring was just around the corner. Ooh, now we're back here. How the hell are they not here yet? Are you kidding me? The communicator doesn't work. Didn't they say they'd be getting to Chirag last night, so they'd definitely catch the train today? Calm down, Sirius. Calm down. Phew. Okay, I've calmed down. The saint just needs to walk across the ice to the island, so the ceremony won't be starting quite so soon. I've still got time. Think about the look on Ratatouille's face when this is all over. Ahem. I definitely got the time right, and punctuality is par for the course on that side. A little lateness is one thing. We won't be too late now, I'm sure. I think the train to Lake Silvernese should be pulling into the station right around now. Alright, let me see. The next train is arriving at... Why is it so late? Madam Sirius, the train is a local that stops at every station. It's natural that it's somewhat delayed. I don't care if it's natural. I need the train here right now. Damn it all. I can't sit here and wait. Get me in touch with the station master. I want that train sped up right away. If it doesn't need to stop, then it better not stop. Make sure it's going at full speed too. But madam, if we do that, it would greatly inconvenience the passengers aboard this train. As long as they end up where they wanted to go, it should be fine, right? Oh well, yes, but... No buts. Monk. Here, madam. Get in touch with the manager of Bang Bang Burden Beast for me. Get them to round up every single one of their free Burden Beasts right now. Anyone waiting to get on the train at the stations that it passes, get them a Burden Beast to take them wherever they want. Yes, madam. Madam Sirius, is this really alright? You got a problem with that? Right, thanks for reminding me. We'll need to prepare a small gift for everyone already aboard the train. We'll call it a token of apology for disrupting their journey. Use the souvenirs that you sell on the trains for that. All expenses can go to the Clan Browntail. No, wait. Put it all on my personal account. Understood. It shall be done. I hope that's enough. No, it's definitely enough. For sure. Serious? What are you planning?
Faster! Don't forget what we're here to do. In the back. Keep pace. Yes, sir! Halt! Gather up! Form up! Sir, reporting in. Second squad formation, sir. Very good, then. And the third squad? Sir, reporting in. Third squad formation, sir. Very good. Jack, have your squad bring up the rear. I want constant vigilance. Don't overlook a single enemy. Yes, sir. Good. Keep up those spirits up. All squads, forward march. Yes, sir. March, 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 march. What are those Victorians up to now? Are they holding weapons?
Surely not. Aren't they here to attend the ceremony or something? Have you ever seen them line up information like that before? It must be all just for show.
But I've gotta say, I don't think they've got the same look to them as they did before.
By Chergander. Chergander protect us from harm. Yeah, it's just for show, clearly.
Reporting in, sir. We finished scouting the head. The Saintess has already started leading everyone over to the island. Are our men all prepared? Yes, sir. All troops in formation, ready to commence operations at any time. Good. Keep them lined up and await my orders. Lake Silvernese is on a winter's day. Truly one of Chirag's most beautiful sights. Who would have thought that the next time I clapped eyes on this wonder would be under circumstances like this? You become much gloomier these days, Harold. Have I? Haha. You know as they say, soft days make soft men. Lisburn, after a whole month of R&R, you're still able to swing your sword around. It's much heavier than I remember. How about you, Charles? It's a battlefield. We're Victorian soldiers. Not much else I can do. You're right. In the decades since I joined the army, never have I met finer soldiers than you all. Am I right, Charles? I think I'm gonna puke. But what else can I do? Give the order already, Harold. Forgive me, my friends. Alright, orders incoming. Everyone, forward march! Under the guise of building a statue of their goddess, the Chiracs have been secretly transporting military goods under our noses. We will let them know the price of trying to make a fool of Victoria. Mission objective, destroy the statue of Tirgander atop the island. Yes, sir!
Aw, why destroy the statue outright? What? The train will be making further stops? Are you certain of this? Okay, understood. What's going on? Why didn't we stop at the station just now? I'm truly incredibly sorry. Ladies and gentlemen, our train has run into a small operational issue. Until we arrive at the station at Lake Silvernerze, the train will be increasing in speed and will not be stopping at intervening stations. Not stopping? This is unacceptable! I meant to get off for sightseeing at the next station. Me too! I was going to go and visit the local markets too. Why ever can't you stop the train anyway? We offer our deepest apologies for this inconvenience to everyone. As compensation, we have prepared for all of our passengers a gift as a token of our apology. All passengers may freely pick a souvenir of your choice from our store aboard this train. Whatever its specialty cheeses or Bird and Beast blind box, it's all free of charge. Oh, well, if there's compensation, I suppose that's alright. Ah, that's right. I ask all passengers to note that there is a limited amount of gift-wrapped mountain ice water, so if you would like some, please come as soon as possible. Alright, no need to go on any more than that. Okay, sure, speed up the train, no stopping at the stations, whatever. Just give me one of those super expensive limited edition waters already. Honestly, same. I'd be like, give me the most expensive thing here. Hey, no cutting in line! Give me water too. Actually, no, I prefer the blind box. I can't resist the gotcha.
Things sure are lively today. What could possibly be so urgent as to rush this train to Lake Silvernerze? Is it to deliver some mystery goods or perhaps people? Either way, I believe I win this hand.
Sure you win, sure. The trains here have all been handled, madam. As for your orders, the premier train arriving at Lake Silvernerze is now running at top speed. But are you sure that the guests you invited are aboard that train? Of course I'm sure. It's just that, if we happen to be wrong... No way, they're definitely on that train. Monk, I must ask. Why do you know how many... I must ask, do you know how many new relay stations we built to ensure a smooth signal across all Chirag these past 3 years? I'm afraid I'm not quite sure. Well, you've just returned to Chirag, so I suppose it's natural for you not to know. So listen up and remember this. In Brown's Air territory alone, we built 5 of those top-of-the-line relay stations to ensure that the signal never breaks. That many? Yep. We also called in some professionals courtesy of the doctor from Rhodes Island to help out, just to make sure that even amongst our many mountains, our communications will never be blocked. Wow, I want 5G. So what I'm trying to say is that theoretically, as long as it's within Chirag's borders, there shouldn't be any sort of communications mishap. Aside from some special places. Special places? Can't figure that out. There. Could it possibly be the private rooms in the train, madam? Oh no, I shouldn't have said that. Bullseye. It's the private rooms in the train, more specifically the private rooms on the premier train from the foot of Mount Carlon to Lake Silvernerze. The train was a special order from Victoria. As for the other trains that we have, they use that train as a prototype to copy. I mean, to study how to manufacture our own. The walls of the private rooms of that original train are inlaid with materials designed to isolate the occupants from disturbance from outside, so naturally, they will cut off communication signals too. The other trains don't have this feature because they would have drastically inflated some construction costs. I get it now. So what you're saying is, In determining if our guests are in Chirag already, the very fact that your communicator can't reach them tells us they must be in that specific train's private rooms. That's amazing, madam. I'm learning so much about the trains as well. Anyway, Chirag as it is now and Chirag as of a few years ago couldn't be more different. I'm not going to ask where you've been these past few years, Monk, and I don't intend to pry into what you've been up to then. I don't even really care about why you didn't go back to that gnosis either. But if you really want to be my assistant, then you better get used to the modern-day Chirag already. And you better not think that I'm still the same old Russ from 3 years ago, you hear me? Yes, madam. I'll do my best. Glad to hear it. Why are there so many people outside? Hey, wait, aren't they? Aren't they? Aren't they what? What they? Who they?
Get back, I said get back! All of you, not a step closer.
What the hell do you think you're doing? How dare you try and pull this stunt under Chiragander's gaze? Don't even think about trying to ruin today's ceremony.
Jack? That's you, isn't it, Jack? What are you playing at? You just had a bit of too much to drink, right? A word of advice from me. Today's not the time to make ruckus. Go to the others quick, Jack. Enough. I'm under orders to shoot dead the next person who steps forward.
Eek!
You know, back when you first showed up, people said that a bunch of foreign soldiers showing up in Chirag couldn't be up to any good. I didn't believe them. I even spoke up for you guys. It seems that I was blind this entire time. So this was your real purpose? To ruin our ceremony for Chiragander, to strike us down? Chiragander will not forgive you for this. You invite her wrath upon yourselves. Heh. Ha, let her try. We were punished enough as it is, a long time ago.
Aw. It's all because of Trilby Asher giving the order. Freaking Trilby Asher. Those are Victorian soldiers. Something's not right. They have their uniforms on, and they've got their weapons out too. It looks like there's been some sort of commotion outside. Please, hide yourself, madam. The black-haired girl's about to subconsciously hold out her arm to protect her employer, but before the words can even leave her mouth, Sirius proves to be a step ahead of her, covering her mouth with her own hand and pulling her into a corner. Shh! Don't say a word, Monk. We need to stay hidden. Those Victorians, didn't they say that they were here to attend the ceremony? I guess they're finally showing the true colors. This operation of theirs seems pretty big. That bitch Ratos wouldn't know about this trouble yet, would she? Madam, they have a whole squad of Tashigata stationed here, a long Dagon Breaker from Colin Trade. If trouble reaches them, it probably won't last very long. Yeah, you're probably right. And with Yucatan there, my sister will be safe. Madam, allow me to escort you somewhere safe. I'll go assist Sir Yucatan next. No, I just stay here to watch them. If things get even more heated here, at least I can stop them for a bit. Look, don't worry. Nothing's going to happen to me, even if I did get found, considering I'm an envoy between Chirag and Victoria for multiple cooperative business ventures. I doubt they'll have the stones to mess with me. Madam, don't look at me like that. I already told you I'm not the same as I was 3 years ago. Okay, listen up, Monk. I've got something I need you to do. Yes, madam. You need only say the word. But Enciotis definitely has some sort of contingency plan up his sleeve for those Victorians. Considering how big this commotion's grown, I can only suspect that something's gone wrong with the deployment of his men. Monk, I need you to investigate things for me. Go check up on what's happening over there. If you get the chance, making the Silver Ashes owe the Browntails a favor would be pretty nice. Understood. I'll get it done. What, something on my face? Madam, you really have grown. Who asked you? You're a lot younger than me, you know. Stop acting like you're the big sister, really. You should be treating me like the big sister. Can I really call you sister? We'll discuss this later. Alright, get moving already. Yes, madam. Enciotis, what are you planning? Come on, before things go south. From time to time, Dagonbreaker thinks back to 10 years ago. Back then, every winter she would accompany Enciotis all across Chirag. The young man who had just returned to his home country was not yet the deeply experienced person he was now. Still quite underripe. He had to do many things himself, rushing about to and fro. One could say that he was hot-blooded, or one could say that he had ambition. Dagenbreaker remembers that in the winter of that year, Ensiotis brought all of his plans and stratagems that he had devised in Victoria back to Chirag, where he single-handedly founded Carlin Trade. Of the few people who could be called his confidants, she would have just barely been within their number. And thus, she found herself staying in this cold, snowy land. If you were to ask her, she has long gotten used to the bitter chill, she does not actually like the cold weather very, very much. Kashimirish's winters were cold indeed. Those days, she would make her way through any matches of the majors in winter that made the KGCC very unhappy, but whether or not her opponent was happy was never in her mind. Going back even further, Lithanian's winters too were cold. Was Chirag's winter not colder than Kashimirish's or Lithanian's? Dagenbreaker stamped her foot upon the ice's surface, frost crystals breaking loose under her step.
Thinking back to old times, I remember that year when we just arrived back in Chirag from Victoria. We had crossed Lake Sobernerizé as well. Back then, it was because all of the roads had been snowed out. With no railroads or mechanized shovels or vehicles specially designed to handle snow, we were barely able to maintain a handful of flat main streets. Under such heavy snowfalls, and with Carlin Trade only barely having started up, goods piled up behind snowbanks, blocking the road, and the trade route stagnated. We were on the brink of coming to a complete stop. In the end, it was you who helped Leons gather up his burden beasts, and by using them to carry out those goods across Lake Sobernerizé, we were able to alleviate that particular crisis. You talk too much, Ensiotis. I assume that you would have shown more solemnity in the Lennon ceremony, not taking this opportunity to babble about old happenings. My apologies. Some things are simply too unexpected in the moment, so it is hard not to constantly bring them back to the forefront of one's mind, especially during interesting times such as these. Who would have expected the great Black Knight to be so proficient at riding a burden beast? Ensiotis. What? If you're curious to why I know how to ride a burden beast, then you need only ask. I learned it when I was young. In Lithanian. If there ever is an opportunity, I could bring the both of you to do some sightseeing. It's not a very exciting place, so don't expect too much. How is it compared to Chirag? It's not as good. Chirag is nowhere near as cold. This is the first time I've ever heard you give such an idealistic assessment. That's enough out of you. Alright, we've arrived.
Okay, we've got to the island. Are we getting ready to fight now? Everyone, please come forward. With Chiraganders our witness, the ceremony shall soon begin. Let us pray. It appears that some of our more excitable guests can't wait for their cue.
Just who is causing that clamor there?
God, I didn't mean to pain the ass right now. Yuka-tan, why the hell isn't your wife here yet?
I just got in contact with her, and she said she's nearly here.
What do you mean, nearly here? Listen, you get back in touch with her right now. Tell her to go to the moons or something. As far away as possible, just don't come over.
What's going on over here? What's all this commotion about? Sir, those Victorians don't look as friendly as they usually do. I saw they've got some pretty big weapons of some kind, and they looked real enough to me. I knew that they were going to stab us in the back. Let them come. It's a good thing I told the Pale Rock boys to prepare for this. We meet them in battle.
Hold, Sir Arctos.
But Saintus! Saintus, Sir Ziotis. The Victorian troops have broken through our guards. We're maintaining order. They draw near.
Send out several squads and prioritize the safety of any commoners about.
Yes, Saintus. They have made their move. It appears they have several squads of their own lined up to approach us. And at their head is the Viscount. What's the plan? We're a vice in Matterhorn. We haven't received any news from them since last night. They should have been watching the movements of the Victorian army very closely. An operation of this size would have prompted a report by now. Unless they had no way of sending that report. Beware Victorians, even as they bear gifts. Despite my belief that I had managed to establish a strong enough relationship with Viscount Prigobon, it appears that we have not been able to move his heart from its course. This is no time to stand around, licking your wounds, Enciotis. They're already past the point of pretending to be friendly with us. They're professional Victorian troops, whether they're using drone arrays to bombard us, or hiding their casters in the crowd. Their ruthless efficiency is clear. This is what they consider pressure. They have not begun to use force just yet. And I assume you have some sort of plan for this. We cannot allow them to disrupt the ceremony. Not only will the Vinebear Court and the 3 clans suffer a drastic blow to their reputations, they will lose the trust of the people of Chirag. Alongside the respect of those outside its borders, will be caught in truly dire straits. Not exactly the easiest task, indeed. You sound concerned, Ziotis. We must not allow true war with Victoria to begin. We need only wait until the next distinguished guest arrives. But at the very least, we cannot allow them to get any closer to the statue of Chirgander. But they're pretty much here already. I'll go stop them. Now's not a good time for jokes. They've got at least 2,000 troops out there. How exactly are you going to fight them alone? It'll be easier than me having to handle you after a night out, Gnosis. Like I said, this really isn't a good time for you to joke around. I mean, you have to joke around. Who do you think out of the many people that he knows, Enciotis always calls first? You're going to get yourself killed. If you don't want me to be killed, then you should put in some more work, Gnosis. Digging Breaker. I'm sure you're already aware of the risks at hand. I need you to hold them back, at least until we have settled our arrangements here. At this time, Carlin Trade, no Chirag, cannot assist you in the slightest. This is to be the sole work of the Black Knight. Are you able to do it? Ha! This wouldn't be the first time. You all wait here.
Dang, Dragon Breaker is so cool. She can handle thousands of troops on her own.
It's not good to hold your anger in, Gnosis. The two of you have talked it over already. I'm not one to make fuss. At least, while Dagonbreaker holds back those Victorians, I can send out men to find Vice in Matterhorn, as well as our distinguished guests. If they arrive a bit sooner than expected, things might just start looking up for us. I'll leave it to you then. News of what's happening here will spread fast. I should be bracing myself right about now, so I can deal with these beasts who saw fit to bare their fangs. Hark! They come.
Are we fighting now? No? Okay, not yet. Dang, I want to fight already.
Halt! Everyone gather up! Get back into formation! Yes, sir! This fog's mighty thick. Strange, how the Tashigata not made their move yet. Why are they just watching from all around the sides? Sure, our operation might have caught them with their pants down, but surely they're not about to... But surely they're going to put up some resistance, right? Don't be so quick to dismiss them. The head of the Silver Ash clan's one wily fellow. Chirag can't afford to go to war with Victoria, but us, we can pretty much take a crap atop their holiest of holies. It's a real funny thing, diplomacy. The way things are now, I don't think they've got any room to play defense at the moment. Well, you won't know until you give them a poke. Let some other men advance for now. If the Saintus and Clan Silverash still don't react, then we continue with our original plan and prepare to bombard the statue of Chirgander. Understood. Wait. It looks like there's movement on their side. No, that can't be. They've only got one person over there? It's her. The Black Knight, of course. It can only be her. Although I'd guessed that this sort of thing might happen. Seeing the real deal with your own eyes, it's enough to make a man's heart drum with excitement. A lone woman holding back 1,000 soldiers. Wow, this really is right out of one of those night novels. You're joking. There's no one person who's got the strength to resist a whole army. The Zayadens can't. The Silver Lance Pegasi can't. Not even one of the Devil's Royal Courts could. We've seen this sort of thing before ourselves, Harold. I know, of course I do. You might kill us, but you won't kill me more. But do we really have to pay this price to get what we want? Our army's a machine, consuming an unending amount of fresh meat just so that it could lurch forward once more. Right now, ha! There's just us old boys left. We can't bear the cost of it much longer. You know me, Lisburn. I've always been a bit of a miser. And a miser's heart weeps at the very coin lost. As long as they keep bubbling up to the top of the mind, I can hardly sleep soundly at night. We're soldiers, we got no choice. You're right, it's all for Victoria. Send the order down, men. All men, prepare for war. I'll take the lead and I'll bring along my top brass to meet the legendary Black Knight face to face. Yes, sir. Hey, Harold. I'm not gonna stop you now. But I've gotta ask, how's it feel having to face down the Black Knight that you like so much in the ring?
That must be fun. It's like, oh, I get to fight my hero. Cool.
Not great. Reminds me of one time during my youth when I was getting teased at one of the Duke's parties. I ended up drinking an entire cup's worth of straight shots at once. A lot of bitterness, a lot of burning, and a lot of retching. Enough to make you faint, but I would say that I also feel a bit of excitement.
Harold Craigovon looks towards Chirag's endless snowscape. All about him, frost blanketed the icy surface of Lake Sobernarise. Mist gathered in the air, and in the distance, the statue of Tirgander loomed, her face fuzzy and indistinct. The chill extending all about her feet made the people feel as though they had truly entered the realm of a snow god. The frozen surface of the lake looked as though it was a great shard of rock sugar, covered in icing. Yummy. In this unreal dreamlike environment, these men wearing their valor in their sleeves stood out like a sore thumb, and across from them, a vague silhouette appeared from within the dense fog that lay thick in the air. Their adversary walked forward, step by step, treading atop the ice and snow towards them. It felt like with every step, she commanded the strength to stop 1,000 men in her tracks.
This is as far as you go, and you will go no further. If you wish to watch the ceremony, you may watch from here alongside me. I would be truly honored to have you accompany me, Madame Dagenbreaker. By all rights, I should accept your kind offer, but as a most trusted partner, Her Grace is very concerned about Chirag's development issues, and has given me orders to approach the base of Tirgander so as to show our good faith. Concern armed to the teeth and carrying cannons is a very rare sight indeed. Force of circumstances, I do hope you understand. Lately, there has been a most unlawful force at play, wantonly moving prohibited materials about Chirag under the guise of constructing the statue of Tirgander. According to our intelligence, the stronghold of this force happens to be exactly under this holy statue of yours. And so, Her Grace was so concerned about this issue that she commissioned me and my men overnight to investigate. A likely story. It is in the end Her Grace's intent. Who could say if there truly is such a dangerous power underneath the feet of Tirgander's statue? But if the great Saintess and Cerniotis were to meet with unfortunate accidents, it would be far too late for regrets by then. Nobody would like to see something like that happen, am I right, Madame Dagenbreaker? I don't really care what you say. And naturally, what we do here is none of your business. The people of Chirag will handle their own issues. We don't need outsiders to order us about. I'm afraid that's that then. I'm truly sorry it came up to this, but this is where I must carry out my duty. Also, please excuse my curiosity, Madame Dagenbreaker, but considering you managed to hold your tongue so well while I jabbered on, you didn't plan on causing delay for us, do you? You talk far too much. Haha, well, when you're my age, it's hard not to be a bit of a windbag. But as for you, Madam Taken Breaker, as I've now learned, you're not the sort of person to indulge in mindless chatter.
Fight. Fight. Please tell me I'm not gonna fight her. I want to fight Harold.
That's why I hate overly chatty smartasses.
The woman says no more, slowly unsheathing her long sword breaker from about her waist. The scraping of metal lets out an ear-piercing shriek, ending with the sound of it burying its point into the ice. A sound that induces a trembling in the men that none are able to stymie. Since they got the intended message, there's not much more need for words.
This matter is more to my taste. I'll say it again. You will go no further. None may enter.
Yay, now we fight! Uh-oh. This is fine.
マップと敵座標の DMA 設定を適用しています。少々お待ちください。
Okay, yeah, this is fine.
ドクター、ここっていい景色だね。
No fear, no fear. Okay, over here.
全員の行動力を奪う。
Alright, very good so far. Actually, I should have put him over... Yeah, over here's fine. Then over there.
わかった。
Yeah, this is fine.
攻撃は想定の通りだ。
Oh, I hate these snowball dudes. Snowball dudes, can you stop? I am the ultimate hater right now. Yep, I'm a big hater. No, I hate you. Yeah, like a true hater. That is me.
さっさと片付ければ楽に終わる。
Harold, can you just like not right now? Harold?
こちらチェン、そいつらを逃がすな。
Harold? Stop being a little thinker, Harold.
自分のための戦いが。
This is fine so far, kind of, sort of.
何を片付ければ。
I gotta bring Susie out soon.
先輩どうかご心配なく。これでも先輩よりはみんなこっち来て。
And then I gotta bring out another healer. Like right after this, another healer is good.
わかった。動き回る。
Just to keep her
そう
safe,
すればお互い手間が省ける
because I care about her. Right there is fine.
アーツユニットチャージ中。
This be fine so far.
私に早く離れてください。
Harold, stop.
お願いします。
Harold?
みんなこっち来て。
Harold, you stinker, stop it. Okay, this is fine so far.
こちらチェン。
What you doing, Harold? Why are you walking around menacingly, Harold? Harold? Harold, what are you doing? What are you doing, sir? I don't like what you're doing. Why are you just standing there menacingly and glowing? Okay, let's just be extra healthy right now. Harold? Harold? I'm not appreciating you right now, sir. Harold? Harold, what are you doing?
怖くはないわ。
Oi, Harold. Harold, what did you just do?
承知した。
Harold, can you just like not do that? Sir?
すぐに終わらせ。
Sir? No. Harold? Stay there, Harold. Stay.
何か考え
Just stay right there, okay, Harold? Harold, stop it.
問題ないわ。
Don't do it, Harold. Stay there, Harold. Harold! Harold, what are you doing?
準備が整った
汝は我が恩
Harold, can you just like not do that?
願
He
老
thanks Harold.
次に
Okay, let's just go all out here.
静かになってくれる
Harold? Harold? Harold, what is this ability of yours? Harold, can you just like not do that, please? Harold. Harold, doesn't have to be like this. Harold? Harold, come on. We cool. We cool, right, Harold? Harold? Harold, we're cool, right? Harold, stop it. I know I said I wanted to fight you, but I... Like a friendly fight, you know?
何を片付け
Not like a fight to the death kind of fight, Harold. Harold, no, stop it. Harold? Harold? Just stay there, Harold. Harold, no. Stay there, Harold. Come on. Come on, Harold. Harold? Harold, can you just, like, not go by that exit, please? Harold, no. No, Harold. Stay there.
ターゲット確認
Stay there, Harold.
すぐに終わ
Okay, fine. Fine, you can be the one person that goes through. If it's you, I don't mind. Whatever, Harold. It's okay. I'm glad that out of everyone, Harold's the only one that got away.
Urk. Guck. Watch out.
He is a medic. He is a pharmacist. He is the ultimate pharmacist then.
Next. Hjorg.
Freaking Harold.
Reporting in, sir. With Colonel Harold's support, we brought all of our current casualties back to safety. However, as things stand for us, we still don't have a way to strike the enemy where it hurts. Charge! Make use of your arms. The enemy is one soldier. Surround her. But, sir, wouldn't it be better for us to divert around her? She's an army of one. She's got no hope of holding us if we just widen the front. You, harmless idiot. Was it meant to be a revelation to me? Then why? They didn't give you eyes in your head for nothing. You saw that our men... You saw what our men on Cherigana's doorstep were attempting, didn't you? All of them as smart as you, off to break the perimeter from somewhere else. Compare that to the rest. Are they in as near as a bad state? Sir, you're not telling me. Private, I don't think you know what the hell I could be telling you. Duck! Gah! My hand slipped. Then gossiping. When the hell did you get here? Just now. If you're counting on a few dozen men to stop me, then you really weren't ready for me. Monster incarnate. A few dozen will do the trick, then surely a few hundred will. How about over 1,000? You'll learn. In the face of a real army, there is no army of one. Clench your teeth. What? Keep your mouth shut when I hit you. You don't want to bite your tongue.
A bitter slice of wind whistles through. One against 2,000 should be the pinnacle of despair. Her golden eyes tell of no such qualms, stern and still and steady. She is the predator without dispute. She is the ruler over this battlefield. Slight the affairs of one Miss Dagenbreaker. Dare to even begin to scorn her, and you are an affront to her. You best hope your own life meant as little to you.
Steady now, Madam Dagenbreaker. If my subordinates have crocked up talks with you, then it falls to me to apologize in their stead. Oh? You? And how long can you shield them for? Well, ha ha! Might suggest until I die a soldier's death? Psst. I'm no match for your namesakes. Clearly. I'm not the horns to lock with you in a fight. Do you recall, Madam Dagenbreaker, when I asked you after your name? I no longer see any time like this present. Might I be elucidated?
Do I like the story? Yeah, though I'm sad for Harold. I don't want to fight you, Harold. Okay, I did want to fight you, but at the same time, I don't want to fight you. But it's a good thing you're the welfare, so he's gonna make up for it. He's gonna do community service in my Rhodes Island.
You have the guts to stall with me. Please, please. Two of a mind can spare a word in no man's land. It is done. You know, it's a done thing. I barely even remember my real name. You can pretend I never had one. Plenty of people in Lathanian ruined streets without name or home. I'd heard tell of your Lathanian birth, but never had I known that to be your life story. I once read in the dailies how you pilgrimed over there. Adulation of the masses, did it at the upper crust. Throw in a trophy at a burden beast, and watch them love it too. They don't tell the difference. Don't let it fool you. It is not a place where names change anything. No one's gonna ask you when you're down in the gutter with the wastewater. Yet now you've a name with such power. Power? Not exactly. It was a sunny day. A Gendarmerie patrol rounded up anyone with no place to go on the corner. One of them was carrying a strange weapon I'd never seen before. No points, no edge. No fine combat technique, no deep method to it. No simpler way to bludgeon. No part was anything of mention. I watched as he took that thing to anybody who tried to resist, and caved in their skulls. From that moment on, it's been clear to me what I have. Not a code or a creed or a technique. Nothing that sounds nice out loud. It's violence. So the day I named myself, I am what I wield. There's a Minoan school of thought, where they hold a violence and victory as sisters. The two are inseparably close. They make one another. A look at you and I could be convinced. Madame Dagenbreaker, if your violence in the flesh is like you say, then who exactly is your victory dedicated to? And finally, one last quibble from me, though I do think it may not be worth much in the asking. That Gendarmerie who first enlightened you, was victory a sister to him too? I did like his Dagenbreakers. Good to use, but broke too fast. Just like you, Kragovon. Your arm's almost gone. Hush hush, Madame Dagenbreaker. Spare me the truth. I do happen to command my own regiment. A little dignity, if you please. Were the clock turned back 30, no, just 20 years, I'd only be I'd only be too glad your opponent. But as it stands, and though I hate to admit it, the reality is all too obvious. I'm one of the old ones now. You don't look it. Aha, you think so too? Then I take it back, see? I've been telling them all, my mind's as sharp as ever. It's just that this blasted prosthetic leg, the socket always stings on rainy days. Let's talk. How long until you give? How long until I give is hardly important. What matters is, Madame Dagenbreaker, how long until you give? You can try me and see.
She's doing great here.
Now both sides have made their move. It seems Dagenbreaker can still bear out for the moment. How it is saving his strength, and his bombers and the casters are all but smelling the roses. Your wine may not have been wasted after all, Enceotis. What a vice in Matterhorn. I've sent a team of Tashigata to find them. Given what reports have returned so far, the two are likely taken by surprise. Viscount Kragovon wouldn't place them in any more danger. That takes senility, and he has none. We can only hope. Our people are en route to the station to stand by. They'll send us word immediately once they intercept. May it be that our guests arrive on time. What of the merchants that just contacted you? They won't be too daring for now. Gnosis, pass word on to the Sanctus for me.
You can see that step. That fight against Tarot is terrifying. I did not expect him to just throw snow at everyone. That was like the ultimate snowball fight. I'm right here. If you have something to say it to me in person, Sir Enceotis.
Sanctus, the Silver Ashes are disgraced to have allowed such a spiral events on a ceremony grounds. Once the ceremony is over, I will personally take myself to the Vine Bear Court to apologize to you, Sanctus. But for now, I fear the ceremony will need to be postponed for another while.
As it should. Your message is loud and clear, Sir Enceotis. If there's anything I can do, I ask you continue to come to me directly. and not exploit that my own conscience might force me to see you first.
Saintess, praise thy benevolence. But you and the court devotees must be prudent right now. After you resume this ceremony yourself, Saintess, that will suffice to appease the people. The Dagon Breaker's strength needs no introduction. A promise from her is exceedingly rare, and in the event she makes one, it's never broken. I think we should give her our full confidence.
Is your confidence that Dagon Breaker can fight one against 1,000, or that she has the disregard to die valiantly, in perfect service to your schemes?
Dagon Breaker is ahead, confronting the Victorians, and I know her mentality. She holds that and her own reputation aside. The state with Chirag can still be wiped clean, should anything go wrong.
Wait, did she tell you this herself?
She defends Chirag's dignity as one of her plain, ordinary citizens. Saintess, do you believe that I bluntly ordered her, provoked her? Even I might say that she's changed some. Thus, I trusted her on this one. I've gambled on her. Had I not, you might have watched that affable Viscount lose his life to a few panicked tourists. We gamble for the best case scenario.
Gamble?
I've always considered success or failure of anything to hinge on one's own grasp, and not entreaties to gods. Nothing goes unaccounted for. I put all the chips down, I see it through. Win or lose, I've never complained about it. But...
Silenciotis, unclasp your hands. You've bruised yourself.
I ask you to pray for Dagon Breaker, great saintess.
I believe in her.
Vice! Wake up, Vice!
Matterhorn?
Shit! The Victorians are changing it up. Their goal can't be that simple. We have to contact the master. Hiss. Stay still, Vice. Even if they manage to subdue and lock up both, you and me, then our squad's people can't have escaped either. I've tried, but brute strength alone isn't going to free us. It's late outside. It looks like it's day already. Where are the Victorians? All gone. Unfortunately, they probably swarmed the ceremonial grounds.
Matterhorn, help me out here.
What do you need?
I hide a razor in my shoe's upper.
If you can just take it out, Matterhorn, and toss it to me. Don't be insane. What are you using that razor for, in your position? Do you not value your hands? I have to try. The master gave me this mission, and I couldn't complete it. And if that's forced into a passive situation, then in any case, even if I'm too late, and he doesn't need it, I'm still going to redeem what isn't lost. I have to make up for my disappointment. I suppose you're right.
Matterhorn heaves his body around, laying his fingers over the curve of Vaish's boot. Please don't chop off your hands. But what follows betrays Vaish's hopes. He doesn't toss the razor over, but instead pinches the paper-thin tool of murder between his fingers, and with great effort, strains and slashes at the rope over Vaish's wrists. In his tenuous grip, the blade slips down between his fingers and cuts into their pulp. Vivid red blood trickles down his wrist.
Matterhorn! Your hand! I'll be fine, it's just a scratch. You were going to do the same thing, weren't you? You'd have a point, Vice. The master's expecting us. We can't leave him waiting too long. Just give me one moment and I can get this rope cut. Matterhorn. Who's there?
I'm not your enemy. Sorry you two are having a moment, weren't you?
Monk? Didn't you leave Chirag?
About that, well, I'll explain it in full later. Madame Syria sent me out to scout. That's how I found you all tied up in this Victorian camp.
Where are the others?
I already set them free. Anyway, both of you, get going. The Victorians kicked off the battle at Lake Sobernarise. We need to be there as soon as we can. It's like, yes, those two are definitely having a moment.
Damn it, she can't hold on for long. As if I could sit here and look on.
You get back here, Arctos. Do you seriously think you have the monopoly of righteous anger, Arctos? We wish we could step in. If you're either shot, then try using your brain. Your acting will definitely ruin things.
Stooping behind others so I can feel sorry for myself runs counter to the Parallel clan's blood. I can't bear to see this.
Bear to see it, you baby. Someone here is having a harder time watching than you, I guarantee.
10 years of Dagonbreakers lived in Chirag, hasn't she? Just to be some sacrificial pawn here. If today and Siotis can't settle all this, then no amount of achievement, no spoil for Chirag, could ever convince me to lend him an ear again. I'm far from the grand actor for the rest of you would be. I cannot be as calm as any of you are.
And it's too little too late for that. All you and I can do now is believe in her. Dagonbreaker's a badass, she got this.
I won't be arranging treatment for your wounded hands then. Remember to hide it with gloves when the time comes. Also, I imagine the Tashigata reports aligns with your gut. We can't count on Dagonbreaker lasting much longer. She's no longer evading. She's acting how she used to in her Kashimirish competition days. Only afterwards. Afterwards, as she fled the assassins with you, she amended that habit. Any lack of care by her at that point. And you die sooner than she did. Quite. Still no word from your end. None. My investigators already returned. They're sure your guest boarded the train in question to Lake Sobernerze. If anything, it should have arrived just as ceremony wound down. As it is, it's still taking some time until the train arrives. I see. Gnosis, never have I feared any wager. Every step that I've ever taken, I've staked it all. This time is no different. I know. I believe myself to be sufficiently prepared, and yet I find my patience is made of poor stuff. Thank you for telling me what's on your mind, and I know that what you want to hear me to say. I'll say it for you. If you want to ensure the Black Knight's life, or if you don't believe that she can last until the end, then give the order now. I can tell you. There are still odds of success. The archers and casters at her call are the best of the best. Blow up the lake's surface, create confusion, and draw the civilians and soldiers both into Midwater's icy pocket. And Siotis, that decision lies with you. Whatever you do, I will support it. But whatever you do, you carry the consequences in kind. Those consequences are no simple political game. You might fail to even bear them. That I can determine for you. One quick question. If it were you, then the Great Winter Swim would already be in full swing. Yeah. Let's trust in Dagonbreaker. Trust that she won't fall.
Are we going to her point of view now? At some unknown point, the first wound appears on her body. It lies about her shoulder, a slash over her suit, an imperceptible trace of blood drawn. Compared to the kinds of wounds she's used to, this one's worth no mention. Dagonbreaker fells a few soldiers about her. Ironically, the subtle sting only sharpens the heady mix of fear in her eyes strike into you, makes your movements that much more steely cold. The second wound is brought on by Originium Arts. An average caster means nothing to Dagonbreaker, but the numbers advantage mutates the nature of the Originium Arts efficacy. The casters among the troops cast behind their human wall. Fire, ice, and thunder burst forth in unison with staggering momentum. Dagonbreaker flings her weapons, running one of the caster's shoulders clean through, while she stubbornly approaches through the full length of their art's range and plows straight into their soldiers' mist. That puts an end to that display. The third wound comes from the artillerymen the third wound comes as the artillerymen aim a third ballista volley at her. An opponent armed to the teeth with no fear of Dagonbreakers, but with limbs less than free. And ballistae pestering her in spades, it does get a little annoying to cope. A shell slips through and lands a scorch mark on her abdomen. Her skin is seared in an instant, but hardly any blood comes. That's good, all things considered. Dragon Breaker is under no impression that she'll lose. She's just not too sure that she has enough blood to last much longer. The fourth wound, the fifth. She loses track. Counting them is a pain. Dang, Dragon Breaker.
It's not enough. Again. Ugh. Lisburn! Charles, withdraw Lisburn to the rear. Eustache is bleeding, and I'll be right there for first aid. She's giving out. Another chance. Charge! Huh. As long as I can still move a finger. Gah! I can handle any of you. Madam Dagonbreaker, surely you're reaching your limits too. If you really mean to fight us out and out, you wouldn't have drawn out this situation in the first place. Fight like this any longer, and I fear death will come for somebody. Isn't that exactly the kind of war you Victorians make an art of starting? The only difference here is, your opponent is me alone. Harold, your soldier. And I am your enemy. Ha ha. Keenly put, Madam Dagonbreaker, but I don't believe for a second that you're blind to it. Carlin Trade's private operations were ferreted by Trilby Ashers. And I don't think the Duke will rest on her laurels about it. That is Ensiotis' problem. This is the very last chance. They're leaving Master Ensiotis. He need only bend an ear to the Duke. He need only part with a sliver of the cake. Be just at 30% of what he proposed. I could still take that back to the Duke and try, for heaven's sake. This was never even a war you need to win. How stupid. Who do you say that as? You're window dressing, you're a tourist, you're a burden beast vet. Have you been at the Legion for so long you begin to believe your own lies? No. You've never forgotten who you are. You hate war absolutely. You abandoned what real power was in your hands. You took what men of yours sympathized. You left the maelstrom far behind. And fled to Chirag. To a land where you thought war could never really happen. But you were still a Victorian inside. No. It wasn't even something you had to remind yourself. You might say that. I am a Victorian soldier, madam. That much is ordained, and I might loathe it, and I might flee it. But I could never sully Victoria's interests. Good. I'm the same.
Is she the same as this Victorian? They don't seem very identical. She's Lithuanian-born, Kashmirish-raised, and only then came to Chirag. They don't need to know her name. All they know is that she's born to fight solo, a victor of the night competitions, and only one to ever win 3 years running. She's built different. Of course she was gonna do good here. Plus, she's super powerful. She doesn't even use arts, right? Doesn't she just brute force stuff? That just means she's a force to be reckoned with. Turn the clock further back, and she's a freak cut off from Originium arts, a pariah Nathanian. Gaining and losing any of these things is dead simple. They bore her to death. But now what she has isn't so easily lost, and she has no plans to lose them. Now they are the same.
The still chat ends here. I feel all too sorry for you, Madam Dagonbreaker. Oh, would that we hadn't come to this point. But if you wish it, then I choose to respect it. I must stress at this closing hour that I am, through and through, your fan. The show you made in besting each opponent dazzled like nothing else. This and this alone, I ask you to believe. It cannot be lied. Ha. Noted. It is my honor.
Riddled with scars, she raises her Dagonbreakers once more. Just as she did in her first appearance before them all, Dagonbreaker's point stabs into the ice. The mist constant over Lake Sobernerize parts. A subdued gargantuan rumble stings her enemies in her enemies' stomachs. There comes a fine sound of cracking, and it's deafening.
Time to end this. Order to all units. Start breaking the ice. Regroup ASAP. Put down the Black Knight of Kashmirish.
Digging Breaker's cool. Nothing. It's not in here. What? Oh, and it's not here either. Well, that just leaves... What? Excuse me, sir. The train is speeding up. If you must wander, then please watch your step. Alright, you haven't received your complimentary gift yet, have you? Can I ask what you like? A compensation for your journey's delay. Your purchase is completely free this time.
No need.
But sir, it's a free gift.
Then I give this gift to you, madam.
But that's not...
Take it. Now excuse me if I could pass through.
Alright.
Thank you.
Oh, what in the land? My legs are a little wobbly. Trilby, what you doing?
Now, only the last cabin remains. After all this time running around, I'm ragged. If I could retire... not when Londinium's still fighting its footing. Her Grace would never let me. What will I find behind the door? The Trag defense, hidden until this very moment, buried deeper than even their covert transport routes. Whatever it is, it's shame. It's a shame Silver Ash will never get to meet his...
He's like, oh, wrong room, oops.
Huh? What's up, Panisco? Sorry, we've got no seats left in our cabin. I think you want to try someplace else. Actually, I can just
Trilby's just being trolled to the end.
Did you need something, Panisco? I'm not kidding, we're full here. I mean, you can see, we're bumping shoulders just trying to look around. Yeah, that's why I'm saying I can absolutely just leave and buy my own seat. I'm not kidding either. You guys seriously don't gotta sit in the cab with me. Don't be like that, Mr. Spokesman. You and us, we're invited together, aren't we? It was on one letter. And this cabin, perfect amount of room for us all to sit. They look after you on the way too. And with us around, the safety problem is no problem. Safety's not my problem here, yeah, no. I don't think it's perfect, is the thing. You guys get to sit on the benches and I have to dump my butt on the table. Apologies, excuse me. I see. I understand. I must be dreaming. Kashmir's campaign knights and the KGCC representative spokesman sat in the same private cabin of a railway car. So this is the defense Silver Ash plays. How bold, how well and truly typical of clan head style. Your Grace, I can't say it was a lack of trying. But while duty may call for me to fight a gaggle of campaign knights at once, I think that's a little out of the question.
More than a little. I guess your job's not easy either. Oh, never mind. It's sharp.
Stay calm. Just passing through. That uniform. This is quite a surprise plenty. Surprise party. What is a Rhodes Islander doing here? You have to ask my boss.
Et tu, Caster's lackey? Any questions, Mr. Bellingham? Et tu, Caster's lackey?
Quite the shocker indeed. I wasn't expecting to see you in the flesh. But the funny thing is, weren't Rhodes Island and Chirag only meant to be business partners?
Yeah, but I'm here on vacation. I'm supposed to be on a vacation.
Yes, if there's one thing I can trust, it's my memory. Rhodes Island you.
Yeesh, Doctor. A little help here. Meals this. Wow, so she's coming on vacation with us. Hey, girl. Stop. Our stop's coming up. We gotta get the tech pack, Doc. Oop, who are you guys? Doctor, maybe we oughta bug the conductor to go a little faster. Hey, it's you.
Rhode Island, Columbia's Rhine Lab. Well.
I love this. He's just like, whoa, why is everyone here? Like, first, like, yo, campaign nights, and now Rhode Island and Rhine Lab?
I see it's no coincidence you're all here then.
Oh, geez, I guess someone knows me already. Doc, Mr. Sharp, Little Bomb, are you sure? Aren't you gonna introduce this Hatsu guy to me here? Yes, this is Jilby Asher. Don't mind him. Char, I'd like to know, would Charagander bless a woman waging such a bloody battle for the statue? Yeah, would she? Would she? Though she is born from the other lands, though in Charagander she has oh so little faith? Heh. That's a very easy question, Saintess. The term Chirag simply means one who lives here, who adores this land, who finds a home in this nation. It's no matter whether Charagander recognizes it. If a person identifies with it from the bottom of their heart, well, who can deny that? Yes, no one can deny that, not even she herself. She is Chirag, she already was. Char, come with me to meet our visitors. Our Victorian guests have come to partake in the ceremony. As Saintess, I have to make an adequate response. At the very least, I can't go on without saying hello. I'd like to stress the danger of this, but very well, Saintess. Hey, guests!
Matriarch, Sirius is back.
She is? Some nerve being late. Wait, no, I told her to keep out of this. Why'd she come here? Who's saying I can't come? And I didn't just come, I brought some special guests with me too. Is this let's bring guests timing to you? You make a language out of a nay, silly sister. I am not being silly.
Indeed, Madame Sirius's hand is deft and wise. I find her admirable. Radados, you do well to finally raise your opinion of her.
What in the hell is this, Enceotis? Madam Sirius, the guests have arrived safely. Good. Bring them all in. I'm out.
Master, your guests are here already.
You're who? These are my guests I invited.
You're Madame Sirius of the Roundtail clan. Very pleased you invited us to be part of the ceremony.
Sirius, is this your pleasant surprise? Duh. Let me introduce you all. We have a campaign night from the Adeptus Baily Kashmirish, here to celebrate the erection of our statue of Charagander. I sent an invitation especially to the Adeptus. That was not an easy invitation to make. So they're my guests.
It's just a coincidence, Madame Sirius. I cannot laud you enough that you were able to invite a campaign night. My guest of honor, meanwhile, would be this fellow. Welcome, Sir Spokesman of the General Chamber of Commerce. Hello to you, I'm taking your Mr. Silverash. Good to meet ya, and hello from my company. Thank you for all the effort inviting me out to Chirag. The scenery here in Chirag is supremely beautiful. I believe your company and mine will absolutely end the day with the partnership we both love. Oh, and don't mind me, but I gotta say, I think I saw some mad fight out on a frozen lake the whole way here. And kind of familiar too, like one guy, those combat moves, they rang bells in my head. Oh, sorry, excuse me if I'm talking too much. It's a holdover from the old job, ahem. Right, I'll be careful not to say too much, that doesn't work towards us working together. No, Mr. Mob. I'm in need of your exact talent right now. Come again, you need?
Yes, Mr. Mob. Do your announcement stuff.
Yes. Right now, this very moment. Please, come with me. I'll have the cast sound application arts. May I ask you to loudly proclaim that Carlin Trade and the corporations of Kashmir's General Chamber of Commerce are about to sign an agreement. To Kashmir's, Chirag will become a trusty partner.
amazing. What's that noise? It's not anyone splashing into the ice water. It's not cries for help. It sounds like someone loudly saying something, and then the people all about her stumble in disarray. That loud voice, but whatever it's saying, she can't tell clearly. Her field of view narrows and dims by a fraction more. The sound almost turned to fuzz in her ears. She can't feel her own limbs anymore, but she can be sure that she still has a grip on her old companions. Her Dagon Breakers. Because she knows that her body is still acting on reflex, striking down every person that comes near. It's just too loud. Too loud. How can someone talk this noisily? Why is has the crowd gone? Did someone breach their line of defense already? No. The wild beast's stunning eyes and gold suddenly flare light. As long as she can stand, she will allow absolutely no one past.
Breaker. Madam Dagonbreaker. Stop fighting. Gah! You've lost too much blood, Madam Dagonbreaker. Come to your senses a little. Keep flailing at this rate, and you'll sink us both in the lake. We're not fighting. No more fighting, no more. Goodness, however much the Duke wants to slap Chirag in the face, we can't be showing Casimir's the hand in the process, at least not now. Kept between Victoria and Chirag, one might call it the Duke's personal Silver Ash grievances, but the moment you bring Casimir's into it too, things become far, far less simple. Are the gourmands of Casimir's already inviting Carlin Trade to the table, with such distance between them and in such short notice? What a talented young individual. And I know the Duke won't reproach me for deciding to stay my hand. Spiffing excuse. A good half my men you battered into the lake. You battered into the lake, Madam Dagonbreaker. It was a backbreaker to scoop them out again. If we kept going like that, I need another pair of arms to treat you all. I'd say you need them as is. I took no criticism from anyone still hacking up blood. We're done. Well and truly done. Okay.
And Siotis pulled it off. She did what she needed to do. That's all Dagonbreaker hears.
No, madam, stop there. The lives we live, they always tend to be out of our hands. I want to retire eons ago myself, but I have to keep my own men. My all too often down and out brothers in mind. With this, it finally ought to be my turn for once, And in light of the fact that your faithful fans been beaten black and blue, could you give me your autograph?
He's still trying for the autograph. Dang, Harold's persistent.
You're still in the mood for that? This card. Heh. Do tell. The first time I won the major, they wouldn't leave me alone until I agreed to a photo shoot. After that, I never agreed to another one. They were too boring for me. I see. No wonder the Black Knights, Knight Trumps, always come in those same poses, edition after edition.
Dagonbreaker accepts the pen Harold holds out to her and writes her name, Dagonbreaker.
Take it. You better not have anything else for me to sign. Madam, where are you going? Do you need some quick treatment? My first aid's excellent, you know.
Dagonbreaker lifts her head to look to the dawn. In the distance, two figures walk, approaching her. She still can't make them out, but she knows who they are. It's like Chiragander on high is gazing down on her, someplace as high as the sun.
No need. I'm going back. There's people waiting for me.
Happy ending. Oh, that's cute. Makes sense for the campaign knights guys to come here, especially since, you know, we saw certain
Neurals on a vacation.
Final destination. The train has arrived at its final destination, filled with resolution of the past and hopes for the future. That's a good ending. I still love how Trilby Asher just is like, yeah, I give up at this point. Or just like, what? Why? Huh?
Ugh. Is it over? Did we win? Ouch! Good, at least you can still feel your arm. Now get up if you're still alive. Ouch, take it easy, Charles. Enough fooling around. Harold has enough work to do without you adding to it. Get to the lakes if you can still walk. Patch yourselves up if you can. I need a few volunteers to help me carry the ones that can't get up themselves. I'll come with you, Jefferson. Just say if you don't want the leg of yours anymore. We can have Harold make one for you. God's wounds. I can't believe everyone's still breathing after all that. What a bloody miracle. Could it really be Tirgander's protection? Isn't it the other way around? 1,000 against 1 and she's still breathing. Maybe it really is Tirgander's protection.
It's not. Tirgander is kind and watchful, but this is not the result of her power. Then no one has lost their life here is a miracle that we create together. That's what I believe.
You're the Saintess of Chirag? Your words honor us more than we deserve. What are your instructions?
I wouldn't call it instructions per se. Just an invitation to attend the post-ceremony banquet, as is the place of the host. After, aren't you here in Chirag for the ceremony? Wow, she's still inviting them. That's cute. That's nice of her.
I thought exile would be the best case scenario. We're allowed to participate in the banquet.
Would you rather be here for the banquet, or admit that you're here for a military operation and go to prison? Go on, be my guest. Yeah, we're here for the banquet! Saintess, everything is ready. The banquet can begin at any time. Thank you, Char. Why thank me? No particular reason, just wanted to thank you. Chirag will become a better place, Char. There will come a day when people from the outside will know more than just Carlin trade, see more than just the snow, mountains, and valleys. They will know that there is a country here by the name of Chirag. A respectable country with its unique culture and customs, where its people live in prosperity. Sounds great. You sure you don't need a little help, Enya? Without that, you wouldn't have any rainbows. Tirgander's blessing reaches into the heart because of how precious it is. If we ask Tirgander for a miracle for every little thing, then what's left is not a religion but reliance. When you start to take something for granted, that's when you stop respecting it. Things are fine the way it is. Let's just hope Tirgander doesn't get angry at me for thinking this way. Ha, don't worry, Enya. Nothing makes a mother happier than to see your child start to walk on its own 2 feet. Okay, back here.
I'm done, Mr. Silverash. This was my first outdoor speech. Are you sure this is going to work? It was perfect, Mr. Mob. Your voice was full of passion. No one could pick a flaw with it. Even though you declined my offer to have someone magnify your voice with Originium Arts, the amplification device that you used performed above and beyond expectations. Is this your company's new product? This amplifier? No, of course not. It's good, but the market for amplifiers is cornered by a few big companies. There's no place for us there. Forget I said anything. I've heard about corporate competition in Kashimirish. You didn't say anything that I didn't know. So, what is it that you're using? A gift from a friend I met on the train. They probably thought it was just a toy. Who could have thought that it would come in so handy when Mr. Silverash made that abrupt request? I see. Mr. Mob, Carlin Trade would very much love for our cooperation to extend beyond this one time. I will have someone take you around Chirag for the next few days, including tours of our mines and factories. Please accept this as a token of my sincerity. I believe Chirag will not disappoint you.
They stopped. They really stopped. It's like you said, the man in the suit opened his mouth and both sides stopped fighting before long. I thought we were in for a real fight. Didn't Silverash tell you guys to get here quick? But it was all over in an instant. Why did the Victorians and Chirag stop fighting as soon as he arrived? Because he's a spokesman for the Kashmir's General Chamber of Commerce. Yes, commerce. Who is he really? Is that really important? Oh wait, I know. The important thing is that he's from Kashmirish, isn't it? Victoria wants to bully Chirag for its own interests, but they have to be careful when it comes to Kashmirish, who's also here for its own interests. I think something like that came up with in one of Anna's tests. So, is this why Silver Ash contacted you and Muses? You're his backup plan? You're learning, Leto. We don't need it now, though. Look at you, you're learning. Good for you, girl. No wonder you're in such a hurry. Stuff like this is a pain. But how did you know that the man in the suit was a spokesman for... for what again? You know him? We've met. His appearance has changed, but his voice hasn't. We've met. Oh yeah, you and Amiya went to Kashmir for a while. I want to go with Momoshika if I get the chance. There are a few knights I really like. They're so cool. Oh yeah, Doctor. Did you give him something at the station? A little toy that Closure made. Just a little hope. A little toy that Closure made. Really? Somehow I can't help but think there's more than meets the eye. Oh, Muses is chatting with someone. Should we go over? You have people you know here too, don't you, Sharp?
I'm working right now.
The one who invited me is probably a little too busy right now. Taking in the view here isn't such a bad idea. Sure. I'll stay with you. I don't think that's gonna work. There's someone waiting for you there. For me? Who? Oh. Him! Are you not going? Well, there really isn't anything I want to say to him. Arg, this sucks. Sorry, Dr. Sharp. Give me a minute. I'll be back soon.
Rosalind.
You got something to say, spit it out. Otherwise, I've got places to be.
Wait. I just want to make sure that you're safe. I couldn't come find you in the chaos.
I'm fine. The Victorians weren't looking for me. Even that Trobiasher guy is no match for Sharp and the Doctor.
The best is still after you.
I don't think so. It didn't look like he was here for me. Well, he's lucky he ran away. Sharp and I would have given him a nice little beating.
Don't underestimate a Trobiasher. I don't like their methods either, but the Trobiashers are a big deal.
Him? Didn't seem like he was anything special.
That's because Ensiodas has Dagonbreaker to keep him down. A warrior must never underestimate the enemy, Rosalind.
Alright, you done then? I gotta go.
Wait.
3, 2...
Rosalind! I spent a lot of time thinking about it last night. I was weak back then. The days with your mother were like honey. I couldn't keep myself from thinking about her. I couldn't keep myself away from her. From the very beginning. I dragged you and Tatiana into that mess, but abandoned you when I couldn't handle the pressure. You're right to yell at me, Rosalind. Whatever I say now won't be anything more than an excuse. For more than a decade, my memory has tried to justify it. It whitewashes the memories for a man too weak to face his own weaknesses, so that he can continue to feel safe, continue to run away. He lied so much, he even fooled himself. It's my fault. I deserve to be scolded and scorned by you. And I can't blame you for being disappointed in me and Chirag. I let you and your mother down. I'm sorry.
There's one thing I want to make clear. Momoshka never said anything bad about Chirag. Or about my papa. She even taught me how to pray to Chiragander, even though I never really believed in it. Momoshka only ever said good things about this place.
Tatiana. She doesn't hate Chirag?
Why would I lie? I told you, didn't I? She said my papa was really handsome. Of course, I'm having doubts about that now.
It was before I started with... It's before I started in with a beard. Tatiana did say she liked my face. Wait. Why did she tell you all this? Could it be that she doesn't blame me?
Stop. Don't get too ahead of yourself. Don't count on the other people not blaming you if you know you're wrong. If I had a choice, would I at least talk to Rosalind to convince her to take her papa to meet his wife? Nah, I'd leave it up to her. That's her family business. But it's exhausting to live with hatred. You underestimate Momoshka. If you thought that she would spend a decade hating you and Chirag, you're not worth it. I like that.
You're right. It's not worth it to live in pain for a man like me. It's all for the better.
Good, you get it. I didn't know who my papa was, and now I do. But that's all there is to it. I don't need recognition from your family. Pillbroke business is none of my business. I'm the daughter of Tatiana Yevna Larina. I'm Rosalind Tatianovna Larina, codename Leto, remember that.
It was Tatiana who named you. Rosalind Tatianovna Larina rolls more smoothly off the tongue than Pelroke. Leto, not bad, not bad. A nice code name.
At least you have taste. Oh yeah. This is for you.
Bank account.
Child support for all these years. The amount is in the back. I rounded it down for you. I like her. Leto is cool. Please make the transfer at your earliest convenience.
Child support?
I said it yesterday, didn't I? Living expenses, tuitions, medical bills, emotional damages for a deadbeat dad. It's all there. Gotta go.
Wait, Rosalind. The currency conversion might take some time. I'll find someone to take care of it as soon as possible. Rosalind! Please, can I see Tatiana one more time? Just once.
In your dreams.
Is this your will too, Chiragander? The matters of the world are beyond a mere mortal's ability to predict. Master? Why are you standing all the way up front? There's nothing to see in particular. Just passing by.
He's like, gosh darn it, my son, you fumbled that hard. But my granddaughter, you a beast.
You said you just became a grandfather the last time you came to pray, Lucas? Yes. My son's daughter. Good thing she looks like her mother. That foreign woman my son insisted on marrying. From the what's the name, Syracusa. Fierce woman that. Well, at least the kid of mine got a taker. Were you against the marriage? What's the point if the young ones are in love? I might have said a word or two in my younger days. But now, just let them be. You said you wanted a warding stone for your granddaughter, didn't you? Hoping that some of Chiragander and the Saintess's blessings would rub off, you know. You can have this. This mark. It's a stone blessed by the Saintess herself. That's too precious for someone like me, Master. Take it. Consider it a welcome gift for your granddaughter as she comes into this world. I'll pray to Chiragander that the children of Chirag can grow up without illness, pain, or sorrow. By Chiragander. By Chiragander.
Good luck to them.
Phew. The Black Knight is definitely more than just a name. To think that she wasn't even trying to kill. A little too much for old bones like mine. Sir, your injuries. Just a scratch. Don't want to miss the Saintess's banquet after all. It's not every day that I get to be called Sir by you, though. I think I just lost my appetite for some reason. My condolences concerning your appetite, my lord. I'll report the facts to your performance in Chirag, and the changes in the situation to the Duke. Sue yourself. I'm confident that I did nothing to displease her grace. What about you, Trophy Asher? The waters of Londinium you could muddle, but Chirag gives you little room to maneuver. No need to worry about me, my lord. I have completed the mission assigned to me by her grace. Oh, Chirag is not worth devoting too much time and effort to, but there are elements that require the Duke's attention. You mean? We thought it was Carlin Trader Chirag's geographical advantages as a neutral fortress of commerce hub. Seems like her grace is truly grounded or visionary. Are you here to visit the true form of Chiragander? Of course. Her grace wants to know whether Chiragander truly exists in Chirag. In times of crisis, will Chiragander really help her people? Interesting. And your conclusion? I do not recommend that the Duke confront Chirag militarily at this time. Seeing the Kashmirish corporations that publicly entered into partnership with Carlin Trade, I also ran into a Colombian scientist on the way here. Force is not the smart plan. Winning is easy, making money is hard. We're not Ursine, it's not worth it. It's not every day we agree with each other. Did you hit your head or something? Like you, I'm a pacifist. Ew.
I love that reaction too, Shelby. Ew, why are you comparing me to you, Trilby? Nasty. First you call me sir,
Disgusting.
and now you say we're similar. Ew.
Just talk like you normally do, please. If that saves some time and effort. My lord. Yes? Are you familiar with this little trinket? A Bird and Beast blind box. They're on the rage right now. Why would you buy this? Well, that's not important. Open it up and let's see what's inside. I've got a full set, but I'm missing the limited edition secret version. No one knows what's in this box until it's opened. The mystery is what makes it alluring. Perhaps I shouldn't open it. Well, are you going to open it or not? I'll have it if you're not going to open it. I'll open it. What's this? What did you find? Let me see. Mother of Mercy! This is... Frozen Crystal Bird and Beast, Secret Limited Edition!
Wow, so Trilby was saving up all his luck for the gacha box. And he got the SSR. Oh no, he didn't get the SSR, he got the ultra rare. How dare he? I'm jealous.
What kind of luck is that? I've been opening these boxes since the first day I arrived in Chirag, and I've never gotten this one.
Harold, I feel for you with my luck too. Like, how many boxes of Ice Source did I buy? Like, over a dozen, I think. And the one box my friend sent me for my... was it birthday or Christmas or something? The one box I was sent as a present had a signed card. My luck was 0, but her luck was 1 out of 1. So, I understand you, Harold.
It's like, gosh darn it! What kind of luck is this? Is that? I've been opening these boxes since the first day and I arrived in Chirag, and I've never gotten this one. By Chiragander, this is not fair! Chubbyasher, we're both in her grace employ. Do you think you could? I'm afraid not, my lord. I must stay in Chirag for a while longer after submitting my report. Thanks to you, I just realized that collecting Bird and Beast accessories isn't such a bad pastime after all.
Poor Harold. Now he's just getting trolled.
Can you stand? Not dead yet. I'll be fine in a few days. Good. Gnosis? He went down first. He says that he's footing the bill tonight. He has lousy taste. Pick for him. Okay. You've been walking around in circles for ages. You got something to say, out with it. I'm thinking that my debt to you seems to be growing, from Kashmir to here. On that I don't see a way to repay. You're afraid I jump ship? It would be a big loss. You want to repay me? Name your price. Gnosis will find a way. Forget it. All I did was follow an arrogant young man to these bleak frozen hills 10 years ago on a whim. A place where the temperature hovers around freezing on the warmest days. Life here didn't turn out to be so bad, so I started doing what I could. What does any of that have to do with you, Antiotus? I guess you're right. You stayed for the lad, not for me. I didn't think I would hear it from your own mouth. And don't put on that act about owing me. Tell the truth. What were you thinking? I'm thinking. There will come a day when people from the outside world come to know more than just Carlin trade. See more than just the snow, mountains, and valleys. They'll remember the names Chirag. Don't get too excited. You may have won this round, but at the end of the day, you've just gotten yourself even more tough customers. Should I thank you for bringing Kashmirish back to me?
Antiotus stays silent for a moment, then picks up a broken piece of ice from the ground and points it at the sun. The ice is dauntingly cold, but it glitters under the sun almost glaringly.
Yes, Kashmirish has come. Columbia's coming. Things will only get more complicated. You can't win every time. Have you ever lost? No. That's too bad. You must never have met an opponent like me. Oh? Come with Gnosis to the Tashigata's training grounds. I'll take both of you on at the same time. One had time behind my back. Haha. Gnosis is actually not bad with the sword. You're in a good mood. It's all done. 3 years of perseverance have borne fruit at last. We broke things wide open. Castor is no longer an existential threat. The independence of Chirag is no longer a pipe dream. In other words, you've drawn the attention of both arrogant Victorian nobles and the unscrupulous Kashmirish merchants. soon to be joined by the scientists with no qualms about morals or ethics. Even more people will hate you for bringing even more chaos to this country. Let them. I don't care. All I care is... Excuse me! Are you the Black Knight?
Way to ruin the moment, bro. Read the room.
Yes. So it's true. The Black Knight is in Chirag. It really is the Black Knight. This makes it all worth it. And you're the president of Carlin Trade, aren't you? I've been a fan of Black Knight since I was 5. Can I get her autograph? That's up to her. Do you want to sign for these young folks, Dagenbreaker? Fine.
The campaign knights eagerly call out to their comrades. A little line forms in the eye. Gosh darn it. Though if Harold sees this, he's gonna be like, I had to fight you with an army of 1,000 to get a signature, and you're giving it to them like that. It is like one of the many small fan meet and greets on the streets of Kashimiris. The campaign knights give Dagenbreaker their cards, and Dagenbreaker writes her name on them. And Siotis chats with the knights every now and then, playing the part of a good host. It is all very natural, and no one has the slightest complaint. Eventually, the knights leave satisfied, and calm returns to the ice.
The campaign knights I know aren't that excitable. Our partnership with Kashimiris has just begun. The Adeptus Spravid Levi and Kashimirish wouldn't have sent real campaign knights. This is just the Browntails spending their own money to invite some youths over for a sightseeing trip. And it probably took the Black Knight's name to get them to agree. Heh. How do you feel? Maybe I'm no different from the Kashimiris that you hated. You're just another chip in my hands. All this is the same, be it your identity as a Black Knight, Kashimiris' exploitation of you, your martial strength, and your value as a soldier. Do you find this unacceptable? Now, I've gotten used to it.
Ooh, we get a top-down view. Let us once again welcome our friends from far away. The doors of Chirag are always open to those who come in good faith. Let us remember the friendships forged today. By Chiragander. By Chiragander.
By Chiragander! By Chiragander!
I wonder what the Chirag citizens are thinking right now about the Victorian soldiers. Like, are we friends again? Are we enemies? I can't tell. Thank you for the invitation, Saintess. You're Muses from Rhine Lab. It warms me up you still remember me. The mountains and rivers of Chirag that I saw along the way are awfully pretty. I'm sure we'll have a great partnership. Rhine Lab's partner is Carlin Trade, Miss Muses. But you're the one calling the shots in Chirag. Building a launch pad on Carlin is a big deal. Mr. Silverash has stressed the need to get the Saintess's blessing. I've heard about this from Cern Siotis. Carlin is a spine and body of Chiragander. I must say I have reservations about such a massive project taking place here. Saintess. Excuse me. What is it, Char? The launch pad that they're talking about, it sends things into the sky, right? If they build it there, does it mean that Chiragander will get a few cannons on her body? Cannons. Char, do you think Chiragander would object? Object? Why? It sounds so cool. She's like, I mean, Chiragander can become a mecha now? Oh, heck yeah. You should say yes. The Saintess gives her blessing. Lispern, what happened? Oh, this is the lady that Lispern's been hanging out with, huh? Those wounds.
It's nothing. Freya, I have something important to tell you.
What is it, Lispern?
I love... Hearts, no! The knitted words in your clothes look so nice.
Bro!
The snowy mountains are so beautiful on this fine day like this. Huh? Oh, yeah.
This burn. I want to punch you.
Aw, damn it all. The Burke ran away from that. I should shoot him for desertion. Keep it down, Jack. Did you all peep on me like this back in the day when I proposed to my wife? Come on now, Harold, this isn't personal. We do this to everyone who proposes. Is Lisbon really going to propose after a fight like that?
Even his boys are like, Lisburn, you baka.
What does he have to lose after a fight like that? She says yes. He gets to bury his bones here. She says no. He gets closure and returns to Victoria. It's going to take him the better part of a full year to recover. You have a point. You idiots, why didn't you call me over to help? Are you going to let your brother propose empty-handed? No ring, fine, but not even a flower. It's all ice and snow here. Where are you gonna find a flower? Make it ice flower then. What do you carry your weapons for? Nothing shows sincerity like handmade stuff. That's what the ladies like, don't you understand? Well, you're in a better position to understand than any of us.
It's like, sir, you're the only one who's married here. All of us here are bachelors, so...
Right, Harold. Ice flower, eh? I'm sure there's someone back home who'll be very interested to know. But wait, don't you run your mouth in front of my wife. I've never given an ice flower to any woman other than Lily. It was just an example, really.
Freaking Lisburn. Though I like how Harold's trying to help. He's like, I will help you, my boy. What a nice wingman.
I didn't expect to see you here. It's my job to protect the doctor. Same old story. Care to spar? After you've fully recovered. We can do it after hours if I'm still in Chirag then. Alright. How many people do you have who are better than you? I wouldn't mind making the trip myself if there are enough of them.
Oh, so that's how we recruit Breaker. We're just like, hey girl, we got some strong people back at our Rhodes Island that you can spar with. And she's like, okay, I will go there. You used to commentate the night competitions? No wonder your voice sounded familiar. Maybe I watched the match you were covering.
Thanks for the compliment. Not that I have much to write home about other than my voice. I didn't expect to see the campaign knights here, though.
The one in silver armor? That's so cool. They're so cool. I invited them here. And you too, Rosalind. You're guests of mine as well. Enjoy the hospitality of Chirag. True. For the Breaker, we have mercenaries, Serenlets, old fossils. There's also me, who can apparently swallow noodles that are with boiling broth.
I must thank you, Doctor. Thank you for accepting the invitation and for your little gift to Mr. Bob. It was quite helpful.
You had a plan even without my help, didn't you? Save it. I know you always have a backup plan. You had a plan even without my help, didn't you?
It would have involved more effort. Under the circumstances, I'm plenty thankful just to speed things up by a step. I hope you're happy with our hospitality.
Don't think you can hook me up with an invitation letter next time. Was it you invited Ryan? I thought that Rhodes Island was the extent of your manipulation. Yeah, don't think you can hook me up with the invitation letter next time. Just kidding. Was it you invited Ryan?
Carlin Trade invited Ryan Lab to discuss cooperation. But I and Otis invited you, Doctor, for the sole purpose of attending the ceremony, and nothing else.
Sure, nothing else.
You can take part of the credit for that festive scene before us. Come, ally. I'll be happy to be your guide, if you'd like to see what Chirag is like now.
Then I guess we could do worse than a shore leave. I'll be your guest then, so to speak. Please don't make me work again. That last time I had a vacation here, you made me work in the mines. And the factories.
One more thing.
Next time, if you want me to bring someone with me, just say it. Are you surprised that she didn't come? Yeah, next time if you want me to bring someone with me, just say it.
As an ally, I'm sure you understand what I mean.
Clifford is doing fine. It's just that this was on short notice and she happened to be away from Rhode Island. Your sister is busy with her own business. Send an invitation earlier next time. She'll come back to Chirag next time. She said she'll give you a surprise, the plural you.
Glad to hear that. It's a shame that she couldn't come on such an important occasion, but if she continues to climb, then whatever peak she reaches, she'll hear the wind of Carlin from the top.
Yeah, send an invitation earlier next time, dude. You know your sister's a busy gal.
Ratos? You shouldn't be here now. The absence of the head of one of the three great houses of the Sanctus's banquet will draw unnecessary attention.
Sirius will take care of things.
If there's anyone who shouldn't be here at this time, it's the CTO of Carlin Trade.
I'm sure that director of Rhine Lab has many things she wants to discuss with someone in a technical position.
And Siotis will take care of her needs. We want Rhine Lab's technology and we want Carlin's elevated terrain. I mean, they want Carlin's elevated terrain. Fundamentally, this is a business deal. That's more than Siotis' domain.
I guess you're right. I'm thinking what Siotis must have had a dozen contingency plans for today's incident. He put up a good act of being worried, though. Did it fool you?
That's the kind of person he is. I'm not surprised. But there's one thing that you're off the mark about, Ratos. This is a rare occasion that he didn't put up an act.
Yes, it's not like him. Not sufficiently profit-driven. Too much risk, yet the best outcome was achieved for everyone. You hear that, Noses? It's the sound of metal coming together to form a monster. I've listened to the heavy noise of construction for long enough.
Project 1 is near completion, from what I've heard.
You've heard right. But for all the effort we committed, even building Chiragander's statue was a ruse, and building the base underneath Lake Sobernerze. For all the time we put in, the effort it took to hide it all. What are they doing? One battleship is all we managed to build. We can't hide it for long. Even if Victoria lets us go this once, the world will eventually figure out what we're doing.
That's why we don't need to hide it on purpose. Just try not to draw too much attention. I'm sure you realize why Victoria stopped. We must develop as much as we can now, while the powers at work are still in balance. This is the only way out for Chirag.
I hope it all goes well, as you say.
Speaking of which, Ratos,
Yes?
I heard some rumors. Are you really going to call the Project 1 ship the Walnut?
Ah, yes, the walnut. Behold the walnut. Heh, why not? That silly sister of mine came up with an interesting idea this time. She said that when she has her own kids, she'll tell them that the ship is their older brother. Yes. Would you like to meet your older brother? This is your older brother, Walnut. Cute, isn't it? Big brother Walnut.
Hello, ma'am.
Rosalind? I'm sorry I couldn't come with you to Chirag this time. Oh, is this Mother? Oh. I understand, Artosh. I understand clearly now. I get it. I get it. Yeah, I'm not sure what they're preparing for. I'm sorry I couldn't come with you to Chirag this time. You took the box to the top of the mountain, didn't you? Mamushka! You can trust me. You went out again, the doctor told you to stay in the bed. Just taking a walk, I'm fine. All this fuss over one broken bone. I'm getting suffocated, stuck in a hospital room all day. That's because you weren't careful when fiddling with that jetpack. It was fun, wasn't it? I want to try it again sometime. Did you have the chance to try out rock climbing while you're in Chirag? No, I didn't.
You really should next time you have the chance. It's fun. I'll take you on an adventure in Sargon once my leg's healed. Sami sounds good too. I can't wait.
Mama. Mamoshka, I completely understand. Yep, I understand completely for that.
He's like, let me meet her again, please, just this once.
No, no. I'm happy that there was a happy ending. A little bit ominous with Walnut. But it's okay because I bet Jiragander is fine with it, you know? Becoming a mecha as one do. It's like, oh yes, I can become the ultimate mecha. Woohoo, more forms. Yeah, why not? Though, I do wonder what would happen with, like, if Arktos and Mama get to meet each other again. Especially since he has a beard now. I wonder if she'll shave it off of him. Because she likes his face after all. She'll be like, how dare you cover your beautiful face? Shaves. Or not even shaves. I think she can assert dominance by, like, just ripping it out. I bet she's powerful enough. She seems scary enough. Probably the type of lady you do not want to cross. But oh, I'm satisfied with the event. I'm glad that I was able to finish it. I had full faith that I could do it. I just gotta redo this fight later. Gosh darn it, Harold. Freaking Harold. It's okay though, I will get him eventually. At the very least, I got everything else as a 3, like, perfect. It's just Harold.
Harold.
Oh well, it's fine. I hope that if we come back to, like, Chirag eventually, I want to see Sirius's Bebe, aka Nut. And then I wonder if Nut will get along with Walnut. All the different nuts. And yeah, Chobi Asher was amazing. I just love how often he got trolled. And then also chased. This was just an event for messing with him for the most part, which I appreciate. I am happy that we get to keep Harold. Harold's cool. I like him. Though yay, I'm glad that actually did a thing. I gotta now use all of my sanity. I gotta just, like, you know, auto farm because I made sure to do these stages without a friend support, so then that way I could just do this as one do when I saved all my sanity. Look at my 600 sanity that I saved just so I could do this kind of thing. Because I need materials. Like this, look, I only have 107. I need a lot more. So with that being said, thank you for stopping by the stream. I hope everyone has a great rest of their day and epic gacha luck. I'll be farming this, and also I gotta use up some AP and FGO. So see you guys later. Bye bye! Success!